I'm super excited for this first item on the agenda, which is annual board reorganization. And I will hand off the meeting to Superintendent.
Great, thank you. Before I do any business here, I'm going to pass to our current board president or current board president, Director Gallagher, a commemorative gavel to recognize and commemorate your service over the past year. Thank you. You've done a great job of helping organize us, provide great advice along the way, and to support all of our efforts as a school district. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
And I'd like to ask for nominations for board president. Are there any nominations for board president?
I would like to nominate Director Marnie Moraldo.
Are there any nominations for board president? Are there any nominations for board president? Okay, I'd like to do a roll call vote here, and I'll call out each member of the board, including the nominated member. So I'll start here on my left, Harlan Gallagher.
Director Moraldo.
Sydney Mullings.
Director Moraldo.
Matt Coyne.
Director Moraldo.
Marnie Moraldo.
Director Moraldo.
AJ Taylor.
Director Moraldo.
Great. There you go. That's the official majority vote, and board members may now switch their seats, and nameplates can also get switched here in coordination and conjunction. Congratulations, Director Moraldo. And as you get settled, I can officially hand the meeting back over to you for the regular meeting.
So I would like to officially call this meeting of the Issaquah School District to order. So the next item on the agenda is the election of the legislative representative. So in the even years during this meeting for a 2-year term, we are looking for a nomination for a board member to serve. So are there any nominations for legislative representative?
Director AJ Taylor.
Are there any other nominations for legislative representative? And are there any other nominations for legislative representative? Okay, by a roll call vote, we will vote on the nominee. So I will start Director Mullings.
Director Taylor.
Director Coyne.
Director Taylor.
Director Taylor.
Director Taylor.
Director Gallagher.
Director Taylor.
With that, we have our board legislative representative will be Director Taylor for the next 2 years. And then lastly, the board has also identifies a Federal Relation Network representative. I am the current board FRN representative. So if there is any other person who would like to be that person, this would be a topic for discussion. So seeing no discussion, and since I currently serve on the NSBA Board of Directors, I will assume that I'm probably a good person to be the Federal Relations Network representative, although it is also a great opportunity for our legislative representative to attend Advocacy Institute and do that legislative rep work for us as well. So given that, we are looking at board appointments. So for student representative liaison, I have been serving in that role for a couple of years now. If there is anyone who is interested in that, I'm not sure when the board appointments happen. Sorry, this is what happens when you get handed a meeting.
We could do it now.
So we are looking to appoint one board member to serve as the liaison to the student representatives. So Director Mulling serves in the second seat of that.
You need me to volunteer, or are we doing appointment?
You are
Well,
welcome.
Then
to
I
volunteer.
officially volunteer to take that
Great.
role.
Are there any objections?
None.
Seeing none, we will have Director Coyne will now be the secondary student representative liaison. Thank you. We also have the financial analyst core team representation.
I currently hold that role and would like to continue to do that.
Okay.
People want to do it?
Are there any objections from the board?
None.
So Director Coyne will also serve as our fact representative. And then 2 board directors for leadership meetings with city electeds. So I'm not quite sure how that has been happening because I haven't been one of them in a while.
That has been the sitting president and the immediate past president for our last few cycles.
Okay, so then I think that would be a good way to handle that. Are there any objections to that?
None.
Seeing none, Director Gallinger and I will then serve in that capacity. Next is public comment. So I have one person signed up for public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues not scheduled for public comment on the meeting agenda. And I believe who I have actually has a specific agenda topic. The public comment is allowed during specific items that are scheduled for possible board action. So at that point, we will recognize the person that for those during those board agenda items, we will identify a time for public comment. And I'm sure somebody will give me a nudge in case I forget. Are there any other public comments for non-agenda items? Seeing none, we'll now close our public.
Stephen, any on Zoom?
Seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a meeting management tool whereby the board is able to pass multiple items with one motion. The consent agenda items have been reviewed by the board prior to this meeting. Any board member may remove an item from the consent agenda and place it on the regular agenda for discussion. So may I have a motion?
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next on the agenda is the establishment of the regular agenda. Are there any changes to the regular agenda?
No, there are no changes to the, I wanted to make sure that the public and the board knows that the PowerPoint was updated as part of the agenda items. So that's not a change to the full agenda, but it's a corresponding attachment.
Thank you. So if you are, usually what will appear in person will be the presentation will be the most up to date. If you're online or if you're looking at the agenda separately, the most recent data is on the links on that agenda. So the first item for our general discussion is the report out for WSSDA annual conference. I guess I will start by saying we had a lot of adventure during that time frame, in so much that it ended up being just Director Gallinger and I that attended. I got to enjoy the bomb cyclone on a plane on the tarmac. So we ended up not having most of the board there. We missed you greatly, but we loved the electricity. So Director Gallinger, would you like to start with any comments about WSSDA annual conference?
Sure. I would just say it was, again, very weird not having our whole contingent, especially not having students with us. I know we had Director Mullings and one of our students was scheduled to be on main stage on day one. And I know that that was a big miss for us. So hopefully we can have that happen sometime in the future because our students' voice are so valued by us. And I think modeling, a lot of large school districts have not figured this out. I'm not sure we've quote figured it out, but it's very onerous to think like if you have more than like one or two high schools, how do you do this? So I think you guys can carry that work forward. And then I think that hearing the keynotes were really helpful for me. One was about generations and just how different generations are in the context of just how you think about the role of schools and the way schools are funded and how you believe government is and shouldn't do and be. So that was helpful. And then I went to a breakout session on bonds and levies, and I thought that was also a helpful one to hear. So again, missed you guys. I did send that PowerPoint to you guys all to review.
And for me, I did appreciate that same keynote speaker was quite impactful on how different generations might work or assumptions about artificial intelligence and its role in education between the different generations. I thought that was very interesting, especially given that Gen Z is showing up in our workplace as well. So they've graduated from college. They're, in our classrooms, not as students, but as the adults. So that is such a switch for us to think about students that really have grown up with the internet in the palm of their hand for the most part. And that's definitely a different generation of how they want to use technology. And so how can we ensure we're speaking to them? And then really, how are we building for jobs in the late 21st century that will be drastically different? We've been talking about 21st century learning and 21st century workforce, but how that is going to be in the second half of the 21st century is going to be vastly different than it was this first. And I did want to recognize that it was Aditi that was going to be on stage, and I think she would have done a fantastic job. So I was really disappointed that you weren't also able to be there. Also, you had a presentation that you were going to give about the advisory board vote, weren't you? Was that on the list? I thought that was on the list. Oh, I guess it is. Maybe for next year, student reps be thinking about presentation on, I guess maybe you were going to discuss it during the panel, but that might be a good breakout session to talk about. So I think that was it, and really appreciate the opportunity to connect since my own school board members weren't necessarily there. I got to connect more with our surrounding school board members, and I am just have to tell you, I'm very thankful we have more than $8 million in our fund, general fund, or in our reserves. So that is much appreciated. The hard work of this district and this board over the past several years to make tough decisions that put us in a good financial light now. And so that was some interesting conversation with colleagues. Okay, with that, we'll move on to works in progress and Superintendent Tauyik.
Great, thank you, Director Moraldo, President Moraldo. So I want to lead off tonight with some key information that was shared in school bulletins related to our makeup days and our updates to our school calendar. As a result of the bomb cyclone Windstorm, our schools were closed for 3 days and a couple of schools for 4 days. But below is the district plan to make up these below, but I'm going to share the district plan so it's very clear for people what the changes are for our calendar, especially for our seniors in the graduating class of 2025. District-wide changes to our calendar include March 14th, which is our previously designated weather makeup day, is now a full school day for students. June 16th and 17th are also now full school days for all students. June 18th is a full school day for all students on a regular Wednesday schedule. June 19th is going to be a federal holiday, which is recognized, so all schools are closed. And then Friday, June 20th is a half day for middle and high schools. And so June 23rd is a half day for all students and the last day of school for the 2024-2025 school year. But if we do have additional cancellations due to inclement weather, days will be added to the end of the school year, adjusted accordingly. We do know that there is an option to do a waiver, but it's still early in the year with the state. And so the state superintendent has actually said to all districts, don't submit paperwork right now. Wait till we get through a little bit more of winter and do your best to make up the time now and plan for that. And then accordingly, as we see the rest of the year progress, we will entertain those waivers. Not guaranteed, but again, I want to note that. And then for our seniors, the state of Washington also does require students to have 175 days in order to graduate. So to meet this requirement by June 12th, which is when graduation is scheduled for, seniors will have school on Monday, January 27th from noon to 3. And if, again, there are additional cancellations due to inclement weather, we'll have to figure out how to make up days on the weekends, on Saturdays specifically. But that was a windstorm related update, but I'll save some other windstorm and other reflections on the bond, especially for the later agenda topics further down in this meeting. I do want to share that last week in our mailboxes, residents across the municipalities of the Issaquah School District received the most recent focus, and that is published twice a year. It's a long form piece that provides longer stories about our work to highlight and emphasize key programs and priorities that we have and to talk about that impact. And speaking of impact, the Issaquah Schools Foundation and Leadership Circle also had an event last week featuring 2 amazing student speakers that highlighted the partnership with the foundation to provide our student, staff, and families with different additional funding to help meet basic needs and to try out new things. One of their focus points is certainly on how to pilot things and how they can work and potentially be scaled to have a greater impact. I do want to follow up on one topic that had come up a lot during the earlier board meetings in the fall related to Operational Expectation 14, which is a board policy that supports and fosters instructional program, and specifically to expand more opportunities for students to earn and have the option of earning college credit. And this applies specifically to Skyline High School. And there are a few key changes being proposed for the 25 to 26 school year. And I want to emphasize that Principal Keith Hennig has shared that there will be opportunities to continue to learn more and ask about the plan as it continues to unfold. But specifically, there are a few details related to this. So students may request a blocked or standalone English and social studies course for both on-grade or advanced levels in grades 9 through 11. Students in grade 11 will have the option to take the IB test for English, which could provide opportunities to earn college credits. And this course will be listed for all students on their transcripts as an IB course. And the rationale for this really is that the current American literature course and standard IB level English course are nearly identical in content. Other efforts to expand college in the high school are underway, and an AP course will be added for 9th or 10th graders for students to select. So there are some changes proposed and underway. And again, there will be opportunities for providing additional input from the community to the principal of Skyline High School. In the new year, as we sort of pivot away from the current things in the last week, I want to preview some additional important work happening. First, as a district, internally, we'll be stepping back in the beginning of the year to look cross-functionally at a very important topic that is tantamount to our overall health as a district related to enrollment. And we'll be considering all the different data points that do exist and develop some key questions and areas to explore further that will allow us to maintain, sustain, and even boost enrollment levels. While our variance is less than 1% on average for the past 3 years of projection versus actuals for enrollment, this is a critical topic for all of us and ties directly to our planning for resource allocation. So through that work, we will also potentially lead to more formal engagement beyond with our community and with staff and families as well. But I wanted to name that because it's an important part of our how we do our work moving forward and make great projections. Second, while we did have a disappointing outcome on November 5th for the bond initiative, we had been planning, if that was successful, to launch an oversight committee. And we were going to do this anyways and plan a capital facilities funding oversight committee to ensure the responsible management of bond funds and capital levy funds approved by voters. The committee's role would be to review expenditures, monitor project progress, and ensure compliance with any approved bond and levy work. This work would further increase our pathway that we have blazed over the past 2 years for more transparency and accountability, while providing assurance to the community that bond and levy funds are managed effectively and in accordance with district objectives and board resolutions. And this committee composition would include financial experts, construction and project management professionals, community representatives, and school district staff. The cadence could be quarterly to review progress, financials, and questions that are coming up as a result of the work and the project management of that. And they would all be open to the public, ensuring additional community engagement and transparency. So that wraps it up for me for works in progress that are happening and a preview of what's coming in the beginning of the new year.
Great, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is a debrief of the windstorm and power outages. So Superintendent and a number of staff members.
Yeah, so as several staff members join us here at the podium, we'll have Jason Morse, Tom Mullins, and Martin Turney. And then Dana Bailey is alongside us with us because she was a part of the core team for our emergency response for those 7+ full days of working. And we were sharing in our workload to help, give each other the best thinking, but also some break time over that full week. But really the purpose of this presentation right now and time is to highlight this most recent event, which if you can go to the next slide, Stephen. Oh, thank you. So just to share, purpose, review the most recent windstorm event known as the bomb cyclone, to talk a little bit more in detail about some of the damage, power outages, repairs, and impact to our schedules and what progress we've made, and to share some of the next steps that are happening. But specifically, if you look at the next slide here, you can see this significant event. This is a lot of words. This is available really for people to just go back and look at this, but it was a pretty unprecedented weather event that was had significant impact. And so when I consider the level of immediate impact to our community, I remember driving home from a late meeting here at the office at 6 p.m. and I was already getting word that things had been canceled and power was out along Gilman, and it just kept cascading in terms of the level of power outages. And it was as completely dark as I drove from here to my house, which was pretty scary because, there were no traffic lights. And so had to be very careful every single time we went out for those first 5 days where there was not traffic guidance. And so people had to really rely on people's good sense in driving and how to remember what to do at a 4-way stop, or sometimes a 5-way stop, and how people come off a highway. So all of those things are very important. But it was the reports that came back, and when people could be in touch with each other, if they were not just only talking to their neighbors, but everything was down. So the impact to many people in our community and to our staff members and to our students and families was significant. And there were even more acutely impacted areas within parts of our community. So I will say that was pretty challenging, but our core team was really here to help each other. And I want to say thank you so much to our emergency response, group, our operations team, transportation, communication team members in particular, who were huddled every day for many hours in the day to make sense of this for the full 7 days. But on this next slide here, you can just sort of see, this is the power outage map sample, which I think is an obvious thing, but a helpful reminder now that we're past that moment in time to see where that really was. So Martin, would you like to add anything, and then I can pick back up?
Sure. I just say when you wake up and you look at the PSC map and it looks like this, you go, okay, I think it's going to be an interesting day. So absolutely, this is more than the snow. This is more than those other events that we typically, we get up and we have to make a hard decision and relay information to the superintendent, and she has to make a very difficult decision. So as you know, it began to take out all of our critical systems. So we lost power, we lost internet, We didn't have cell phone service in the majority of the time. I have to say I'm sorry to our director of payroll because I had to actually go to her house because, you know, when things go down, people still need to get paid. And that team jumped in and did a remarkable job of getting that done under difficult circumstances. I also want to say, you know, this is when, you know, the folks in the operations and around the system really jump in and do excellent work, right? So I want to make sure that I thank facilities, grounds, custodial trades, transportation, our bus drivers, our mechanics who put a generator up so we could pump fuel to get our generator working over here. Food service staff are in those kitchens. They were working hard, making sure that we could salvage food or what we needed to do when we got back up. Safety and security was running around checking sites. Like I mentioned, the business office, but we also, not just payroll, but accounting, and, these functions have to continue to operate. Technology, of course, you never want to lose the internet and find yourself in this situation. And they jumped right in. They began to work with our city partners, figuring out alternative solutions. So very proud of them. Obviously, capital projects and communications were there as well. So I just want to take a moment and thank everybody. I know I'm leaving some folks out. It was a team effort on everyone's part, but people really pulled together for successful emergency response. And so again, this was a lengthy 7-day deal. So it was nonstop from when it happened to when, we began to get school back up. School started, is this school up? Is that school up? What are we going to see here? No, it was very difficult for many folks too when they had power out at their house. So people were making it happen. And I mentioned teaming up with our municipal partners. We had a great chance to connect with the city, offering their resources. We teamed up for what do we call it? A recharging event at the middle school, which I think went over quite well with the community. So just wanted to point that out on this slide.
Yeah, I mean, the city of Issaquah was great. We actually had a visit at the Emergency Operations Center and had an opportunity to sort of hear more about what they were doing and their offering to us. We were in this building and it was cold. I mean, we were in our jackets, like puffy jackets for 4 days straight, trying to figuring out how our K-Cup machine could get us coffee, because I certainly was not getting that at my house because we didn't have power. So, it was a really rallying opportunity for our team, and even big and small ways. We had to figure out how to do practices for some of our athletic teams to get in those starting points to starting moments so they could get ready for winter sports. We had some incredible work by our team members here across the board to just jump in to go check some of the freezers. I know I checked a freezer to see what was going on with the levels of debris for making sure food was, we did lose actually a lot of produce and perishables during that time. But just everyone had to really take on different roles. Our whole team here time shifted to a little bit where our spaces were, because we didn't have power and internet. Some people did at their homes. So we were able to leverage those team members who were working in different spaces to assist as well. So when the phone network was not working and we had to figure out how to manage phones, we had people come in here early to be able to answer questions by the phones coming into all the district office. So all these little things really help. And then this is a really good opportunity to highlight the work our Equity, Belonging, Family Partnership team did with members of the community from the circle and our PTSAs to really get some additional meals out, which is a very important thing when you don't have power, you don't have the regularity of school, right, for lunch and for some of our breakfast programs. And this is another great example of people coming together. And it was pretty powerful to see that result. So thank you to our whole team and to members of the community for their partnership. But I will let you share more of these impacts here, but it was a moment for us to really thank people.
Thank you, Superintendent Jason Morris, Executive Director of Operations. With me is Tom Mullins. We're going to share some specific details regarding the impacts of the windstorm. Before we start, I just want to echo Mr. Turney's sentiments towards our staff, all sides of the organization, particularly operations for myself. I just echo his thanks. What an amazing example of teamwork and finding ways to say yes to things when we were in a bad spot. We didn't have power, we didn't have internet. We're trying to run schools, and that's a big lift. And that lift, in my opinion, helped us get schools started when we did. Without that hard work and that dedication, we may have been out of school longer. So I want to start off real quickly here. Holly Street in downtown Issaquah, if you toured any of that area during the storm, that area was particularly badly hit. For whatever reason, a terrible windstorm region wide, but there seemed to be pockets within our own community that really got hit hard. Our Holly Street, IVE, central downtown Issaquah was one of those. Also areas in the plateau and south end of our district. But the entire site was significantly impacted. Several trees went down. Two of our buildings were impacted by trees. We have since been able to remove and pick up the debris. It's not exactly the way we want it. That's going to take till springtime. Some reseeding, some stumps we have to deal with. The building's been inspected by engineers and deemed safe to occupy, and we're actively using the building. Holly Street Early Learning Center campus did not open until the Monday after Thanksgiving. You'll see the pictures that will explain some of that, but the building has been inspected. It is safe, and we are working out of that building right now. So pictures are worth 1,000 words. This is a snapshot of the Holly Street campus, which if you've been there and know what it looks like, it doesn't typically look like that. We had 4 huge trees right in front of the portables go down. You can see a crew member working on the trees. They were literally blocking the entrance. You couldn't even access with a vehicle the Holly Street campus. I'm going to show you a picture real quick, kind of where the worker is facing back towards IVE, or actually that's the backside of Holly Street. Did we get out of order, Tom? Tom's going to pick up on that one, but that's the backside near the creek of a tree that actually impacted directly the back of the Holly Street building. And do you want to take that one?
It hit back in the child find. It hit back in the child find program area. Structurally impacted the roof. That area is closed right now. We've got it dried out, and we're working on getting that back together. And this is a picture after the trees removed of the damage. That's Portable 2, which houses the before and after school care administration team. Took out a corner of the portable roof. That too has been repaired, and that building is reoccupied.
So one of the challenges, if I pop back here, one of the challenges obviously was just accessing the building, clearing the brush. We did work with a tree service to assist us with some of that work, but our grounds team did an incredible amount of work just to gain access to the site to take care of that. I drove by the portable today. That is mostly repaired. It's ready for shingles, and that repair is moving along quite quickly. We're thankful for that. Issaquah Valley, right across the entrance to the parking lot, that site was hit substantially as well. We are lucky that site did sustain a tree impact, but not to the level of Holly Street. However, that site did sustain a lot of tree damage and debris all around. One classroom was impacted. That classroom has since been dried out and is almost ready to reoccupy, should be ready at the end of this week is our plan. And we should get that teacher back in there. The good news is the principal, the IVE staff, so helpful. We were able to locate that teacher another spot to teach their class. There was a little bit of teaming that happened there. So I want to acknowledge the staff and their amazing flexibility to make sure our kids had safe, warm learning environments. But we're going to get them back into that classroom hopefully this week. This is the picture I referenced earlier. So you're looking from Holly and across the street. You can see massive amounts of trees down at IVE, and that gave us a lot to work on. Tom, you want to talk about the roof and the repairs?
That's top of a tree that snapped off and landed on the above a classroom at IVE, punctured about 7 holes in the roof. Removed that, got it patched, dried in. Unfortunately, we'd had rain overnight, and it caused some fairly significant water damage on the inside of the classroom.
So we did sustain damage across most sites across the district. The 2 that we just highlighted were primarily building, roof damage, things of that nature. A lot of the other damage, it really revolved around tree loss, perimeter fencing in areas. This is an example of Pine Lake Middle School. You can see some very sizable trees. I want to acknowledge that our grounds team, by the time I got there, our grounds team had already cut those trees and made access to the facility able. However, at this time, the school didn't have power. We were closed at that time. But Creekside Elementary sustained some pretty substantial damage to a loading dock gate, an indication of how strong the winds were. And I spent a lot of time in the 228th area. If you were in that area, there was tremendous amount of damage in that part of the district too. We did have perimeter fencing around the district. This is just one good example of what the average damage looked like. This is a picture of 2nd Avenue near Issaquah Middle School and the transportation barn. Substantial amount of trees down, power line outage, possibly even our network outage source. But this was impassable for many days until well into the weekend. I do want to note that we did have bus routes that were impacted by trees and debris clear into this week, where we had bus routes we were working around. I want to acknowledge the work of that team to get our kids back and forth safely. Power did come back on Saturday and Sunday night, depending on where you live in the district. We had a couple schools that didn't make it by Monday. We do have generators at several sites, which really helped us out in this case, our secondary sites, high schools. That helps with safety lights and things of that nature. I do want to acknowledge that our freezer systems did very well during this outage, and we did not lose food from freezers, which after an outage of this long is a good thing. And that also helped us be prepared to operate school Monday morning because we did have food stores in our buildings. Internet and network and phone outages were a gigantic hurdle for us. Our HVAC systems are all controlled through network and through HVAC, or I'm sorry, and through the internet, and we couldn't access them. So any work that had to be done on the actual site. And because of some of the aging units that we have, that was a big hurdle to get them up and running. Our HVAC team went out of their way and worked well overtime and whatever it took to get our HVAC units up. But the aging concerns of some of our units, they did not bounce back like some of our newer buildings. I think that's worthy of noting. Our emergency radio system that Director Montalvo has worked on, that was an important piece for us to get schools open and maintain communication. So through that radio upgrade process, we maintained service on radio towers outside of our area. So our radios were using towers in Seattle. We were able to communicate. That was really our strongest communication method between buildings. So if they were in session, had an emergency, their landlines weren't working, we could maintain radio contact with them in case of emergency. It's a very helpful system. And I congratulate our safety and security staff for having that ready when we needed it. As I mentioned, HVAC issues, difficulty coming back online, and the programming was a significant, difficult spot for us. Generator here at this building really helped us out, helped us maintain some lights, some power, and some communication abilities, but the internet was still a challenge. Cleanup, Tom?
This is Holly Street. We lost 5 offices in the back with water intrusion from the tree that fell. And this was just a picture of some of the drying out and cleanup that was going on.
So next steps, as Tom mentioned, we're still cleaning up. I was at Holly Street today. That work is ongoing. Thank you to the staff there that's being very flexible because their offices were unoccupied at this time due to the damage. We'll be conducting an after-action review. I've conducted an after-action review with the operations team. Things we learned, things that we need to think about in the future, things that could have gone better. We're a learning organization, and that's going to continue on. I felt like our response was pretty solid, but we can always get better. So we'll do that on after action review of cabinet next week. And we are providing input to agencies related to cost and preparing, as superintendent announced, for makeup days of school. That took place today. So it's been kind of a pickup week for us. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
I guess maybe less questions. I think that was super thorough. I appreciate you going through it. I mean, you have a sense of what was going on, like in our particular area, our particular schools. So it actually is really helpful to look across what some of the impact is, and the after action review speaks to my project management heart. So thank you for thinking about that and how we continue to improve the experience. I'm actually really happy to hear about the freezers. Again, personal, I had to throw out everything in my house.
Oh, no.
Everything. And so I think that's really great to be able to, I hadn't thought about the ability to facilitate class so quickly because we actually did have food. And it's actually one of the things I had to share in my house, which is I don't think people think about how many kids are only getting their meals when they come to us. That's a conversation that this all facilitated with my own kids. So I think that's really important for us to remember in this time. I guess maybe one of the things, I know we'll get into some of the future conversations and funds we need to do this going forward. I'd like to understand, and it may not be today because you're still fixing things, like how deep did this cut in funds we have on hand? Like what are we looking at from an ability to complete the work that you have scoped out to do or be prepared to follow up? I mean, we have all of winter to get through.
Martin, do you want to talk about specific dollar values? Go ahead and talk about the work and talk about that. Okay, so thank you. Great question. So that has been top of our list. We've been making a list about the damage. Like I said, a lot of the damage that resulted across the district was fence, gate damage, things of that nature. Those things do add up. I will say that we lost a sizable amount of refrigerated food. Superintendent mentioned produce, dairy. We follow the DOH guidance on that. And when temperatures get too high, we're not serving it. So all those things, I would say, as a sum, we're probably, because we're still possibly finding leaks as from a roof that got impacted, but we're probably seeing a damage estimate, very preliminary, in the area of maybe $900,000 to $1 million of damage and cleanup expenses. And so some of that is going to be I would assume covered with the risk pool. We're working collaboratively with them right now. Tom and I have been with them on those two roofs that you were looking at. We were up there that's how we got the picture. And so we're working on that as we speak. Mr. Attorney, did you want to add?
Yeah. As Jason mentioned, we're looking at about $1 million at the moment, and that'll kind of undoubtedly get a little higher as we find out more. Insurance covers, what it covers. Whenever you have events like this and, you can fix, but it makes you more vulnerable to other things in the future, other things that are going to cost us money in the operating fund, right? Or it's going to delay some of the things that we could have done. So we're not 100% sure what that's going to look like, but whenever we have a recovery or we have an event like this, we know it's somewhere down the line, it's going to come back, that it's going to hamper our ability to do something else. It's going to mean that one of the units on top of a roof somewhere is going to fail sooner or something like this. Even though we can't pinpoint it right now, we just kind of know that's coming. Yep.
I'll tell you one data point. It was $12 a gallon for diesel during those days. So there was very high cost also of services. So fuel, we had a whole conversation around the cost of fuel and how can you get emergency fuel over here to help us with some of our generators. $12 a gallon, is that the correct figure?
I'm sure there's a delivery fee included in that. I do want to comment on our mechanic staff at our transportation office, doing some work to make sure that our pumps could work. And we actually hauled fuel ourselves, which is a kind of we weren't necessarily prepared for that, and we got prepared for it really quick, and we filled generators up at various sites to help keep our systems going for when the network would come on. Food costs about $20,000 in food, which is a very accurate number because we can count by the case what was unsaved. I do want to point out, Director Mullins, you made a great point about just the importance of students accessing food at school. We did have to do some gymnastics with food orders as well, because we had a food order during the power outage and we declined that order because we had no place safe to put it. And we had to make kind of some emergency provisions on Monday morning. So we literally we had freezer food, thank goodness. We were bringing in fresh dairy products Monday morning and getting them to schools before lunch, which was a big lift for our warehouse staff. And I appreciate them for that.
Harlan.
I just want to say gratitude to our superintendent and your team. We talked a lot during those days, felt like forever. And the amount of work it took to get the system back up and running. And I know you felt pressure from someone like me to be like, we've got to get schools open on Monday. And I know that didn't work out for all of our schools that we did open on Monday, but I really appreciate the continued, I think, just consistent push we do to care about getting our kids educated. And I would say it highlighted for me just the vulnerability of our HVAC systems in our bigger buildings, that we couldn't get Issaquah High School warm enough so our students could learn is a big deal to me. And that should be a big deal to our community, that our HVAC systems need that much investment, which is what we spent a long time in the fall talking about. But that Skyline and Issaquah in particular have the biggest vulnerabilities because they are our biggest buildings and do require the most upkeep. And so as we continue to not invest in doing that, it's going to just continue to cost us more. And in Issaquah, it translates to like educational days lost that they're not going to get back because they're not going to make up that day that they missed in the ways that the rest of the system did.
Dr. Coyne.
I want to echo what you've heard from the dais up here tonight too. Just thank you to everyone who helped with this, superintendent and team. I will say, I know I felt this, and I know I've heard this from many in the community. I think we were looking for direction from the district throughout. I think that was sort of the guiding light for a lot of us. It was the direction we were getting from the district. We weren't necessarily getting it from some of our local cities. So having the regular communications that were coming out, the videos were very helpful. And Jason, I just have to say too, I smile when you mentioned the charging event at Cougar Mountain Middle School. I remember seeing that. It was wonderful. You did the video, and I actually contemplated at that point, after being without power for 5 days, I thought I might be coming there to charge my cell phone. So thank you. I'm curious. I don't know. How many people showed up for that?
We believe there was approximately 50 folks. I do want to
Okay.
shout out, there was some students that showed up to charge their computers, and it was a bummer we didn't have Wi-Fi. And they were
Yeah.
going to another location because we had students wanting to do their homework,
Yeah.
which I was just so heartwarming. But probably 50
Okay. Oh, that's
throughout
okay.
the time. And I think it was a welcomed event. I would say, however, though, the average person who showed up probably charged between 5 and 8 devices.
I'm sure. Yeah.
You don't realize,
Bring
people
everything.
have a lot of electronic devices, power banks, phones, you name it.
Yeah.
They were charging it. That was a really nice partnership with the city as
Yeah.
well. We have to
That's
shout out the city of Issaquah.
That's great.
They partnered with us equally, and ended up being at a beautiful school. And we actually got a ton of solar energy from the lights, or I'm sorry, the windows. And so the space was pretty warm, even though we weren't running HVAC. It was a nice event.
Well, it was a wonderful service to provide. And I think a lot of people were looking for that. So thank you. That was wonderful. And then I just also want to call out to the warm burritos and the non-cook options too. That was impressive too, to see that. And so huge thanks. And I think just being innovative with this, how, and I know so many of you worked together to figure out how could we bring students back on Monday. I know it was a big undertaking that you all did. So thank you for your creativity throughout all of it too, and hard work.
I think Elena Sividawson was part of the food and burrito campaign. So thanks to Elena back there. Got to call her out. I had
Yes.
nothing to do with burritos. I will say getting it open on Monday worked out fine, and it was a happy thing, but
Yep.
it was definitely a push.
Yeah. Well, thank you again.
Thanks, team.
Any other questions or comments? Milo.
Is this on? Okay. I just wanted to comment from the student end, and one of the said students who went to the middle school and charged my laptop and did some schoolwork. Being able to go back up to school on Monday was really amazing, and I was really happy. I'm a Gibbs Next student, so I didn't end up having to go home like the IHS kids. So it was really, really nice to be able to go back to school on Monday. And I know that some of my lower income friends were also really happy that they had a place to be. And I'm speaking behalf on all the Gibson X students that we are really grateful that you guys put in the work that you do to make sure that we get our education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. It's a great update. Really impressive work on behalf of staff and the organization to get kids back into school after such a big, unexpected event. Next on our list is bond next step discussions. So I'm going to start this conversation off with, is there a presentation by staff?
We do have some updates to aid in discussion that supports some of the next steps and questions that came out of the last board meeting as well. But I also know the board had a work study as well, so we can
Right.
go
So I
in
don't know if
whichever
we
order.
want to have our public presentation, then we'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll have board discussion.
Martin's staying up here for most of the meeting. So, and we'll partner, and Dr. Bailey will be alongside as well to support in some of the future discussion points.
Okay, this is our bond update. So purpose being to come back with a recap, basically, obviously discuss the November 5th bond and bring back the proposal based on input from the last board meeting. Share a timeline for possible bond measures and support of next steps. In the interim between the last board meeting and now, there were 3 different collections of input. There was a thought exchange, bond listening sessions, and convening of the bond advisory committee. This is the same group of folks who met with us almost a year ago now for the creation of the original bond package. Thought exchange, we summarized the top 10 thoughts here. I won't read them unless you'd want me to, but we wanted to put these up. Obviously, some good input, things that we can take back as a district and take to heart in terms of next steps. Okay, so following up from the last board meeting in terms of what staff were to bring back, we were asked to bring back a package that was a reduced amount from the November 5th package at a estimated combined tax rate at or below what the estimate is for 2025. And so we now have preliminary numbers for 2025, so we can estimate that the combined tax rate at $3.09. So that's a little bit lower than where we were when we were talking about $3.13 during the presentations on the original bond package, because we have more information. Assessed value went up about right around 9% for our district. We have paused the $44 million projects as directed, and then we have built a proposal around safety and security and high school capacity and program expansion. And then a little bit later on, we'll talk about some contingency analysis we did based on the feedback we received. So stepping through the total amount of the bond package, one just made sure we lined out the changes from the November 5th bond package to this proposed package. So removing the modernization amounts, all the student support, wellbeing, athletics, and then Issaquah High School, Skyline, Gibson Neck, those remodel amounts for the innovative space expansions, and that would likely be part of a phase 2 concept later on. Adjusted amounts, that paused $44 million applies to a reduction in the amount needed to complete a new high school, so that was reduced. Increase the amount of fire systems. So essentially what was pulled out from the package earlier to be completed with the $44 million was put back in. That also applies to those high school vestibules at $7.6 million. So I'm just showing the math at how it gets down to $231.6 million. And now I'm going to show you what it looks like all put together. Essentially, this is a reduced package concentrating, like I mentioned earlier, on safety and security at all schools. So these touch all sites. I'm just pointing out there where those amounts were put back in. So in the November 5th package, the safety and security bucket was a little bit lower. This adds that back, those things back in. So that's what we get up to, almost $40 million there in that bucket. Liberty High School stays on in terms of capacity building. So 20,000 square foot addition and 5,000 square foot remodel at Liberty High School. That would be considered kind of a phase one approach to making sure we have that space. And then obviously the construction of the new high school, putting at $138.7 million. I showed you the math earlier and how we kind of got there. So altogether, again, like the previous slide, $231.6 million. On the left-hand side, just showing the upcoming possible ballot measure dates. February 11th, the resolution is due tomorrow. So we would need to do that, and I can submit that right away if that was the board's action. Ballots will be mailed out January 22nd. April 22nd, resolution would be due by February 21st, and those ballots gets mailed out April 2nd. So those are the two upcoming dates. Wanted to talk a little bit about what this means in terms of tax rate. So in the previous bond package, we were showing some tax information. This is meant to mirror the same type of graph. Again, prior 20-year average around $3.90 for that combined tax rate. I pointed out the $3.13. This was kind of our reference point when we were talking about the bond package earlier, because that was the last known year we were in. So we knew it was 313. We have that preliminary information for 2025. That amount is $3.09. What you see going forward is if the district was to issue $231.6 million in bonds, that new debt could be added to where our existing debt is and the remainder of the things that make up our combined tax rate. So in this graph, it's the kind of light orange. And so the objective there is to keep it at that $3.09, no increase in the combined tax rate over the 2025 year amount. And so this is meant to show that stable and flat amount there. Did want to quickly do a little bit of recap on the high school. You know, a lot of this has been out there. These are some slides from the bond advisory committee. So this has been put out and put on our website now for quite a while. Obviously, there was quite a bit of time from when the original project concept came about in 2015, but the bond passed in 2016. We had 6 years of escalating costs. There was an estimate of what it would take to complete the project. At that time, $198 million, asked the community for a levy for 44. In summer of 22, essentially, we realized this amount is not sufficient to complete the project. And so we did another, an updated assessment at that time, about $250 million. We did bring to the attention of the auditors that we had some issues with the bond funds that they should be taking a look at, and we waited almost a year to get the conclusion of that audit. And at the end of that audit, we were able to finally ascertain what our final analysis of the estimated cost of the project would be. Added links in here for the public as they work through the site, they can jump to those. So in February 24, we had created, as part of preparation for the bond package, what we believe is a sufficient amount to complete the project. And I'm showing the math here on the right-hand side. The total project estimated $292.7 million. We've spent as a district $20 million so far. So the remaining project cost $272.7 million. We have funds available. We have $90 million from the original bonds in 2016 left over, and we have Levy 22 capital construction funds of $44 million. All that put together What we would need to complete the project, $138.7 million. That is the amount that was reflected earlier in this proposed bond package. Some other pertinent information, I just want to make sure that this was front and center, is that going out again on the ballot requires validation. So it's based on the last general election, which is the one we just had. So in this case, we would need about 1/3 of the registered voters to show up and vote for it to pass that test. And obviously the second test being 60% to pass. The high school, the new high school, permits expire April 27th, 2025. I think we've put that out there quite a few times already, but just wanted to bring that up one more time. And then, of course, just timing wise, as a district, those important levies for us, the EP&O, technology, critical repairs and transportation would likely be on the February 2026 ballot if we are using our, historical timelines as a reference. So as mentioned earlier, there were some things that we were tasked with doing in terms of contingency analysis.
So some of the important things to consider as we sort of ground ourselves in assumptions for contingency planning. So the district has overcapacity at our high school levels across all schools, with the most overcrowding at Issaquah and Skyline. You can read this here, but we also have an uneven enrollment across different buildings, and that has been brought forward to us, through the bond itself. And I want to make sure that we have a capital facilities plan. This is a really important point I want to make, which is when we look at that, we have lots of different numbers and tables that look at capacity. But what we plan for and what we look at is that 95% permanent capacity in the main building, and that's without portables. Compared to projected enrollment. And, when I think about even what our portable use is for, so the example that came up earlier with the classroom that was unusable due to the punctures in the roof, we had swing space to be able to use a portable. So the portable, we plan for having portables because they're important components for being able to have that flexibility, but we want our kids to be in the building, in the main building for learning. So that's just was highlighted for me earlier in the conversation we just had. The several options that we looked at just now analysis wise, just sort of behind the scenes. And by the way, it's hard to get actual figures on this for like actual costs because a lot of it does tie to transportation, and there's other, you don't know that until you shuffle people around addresses. But it's reconfiguring our structure of schools, redraw school boundaries, and add a double shift at high school. And these are just descriptions of those different scenarios. Under the structure of schools, there's different variations of how to look at that, which is including, as discussed last time, the 9th grade campus for all across the district, or just Issaquah and Skyline. We don't actually have room to do that based on current 9th grade enrollment, and also then actual campus capacity at our middle schools campuses. And then thinking about the change of levels of school from K5 to K6, 6-8 to 7-9, and 9-12 to 10-12. And this is the kind of thing that would also have to be in conjunction with boundaries, because you have to think about that as well. But when we look at just the high level sort of impact for what these all could mean, it really is a pretty significant impact for all students, family members, and staff members. Significant work in partnership with union partners would require lots of, community engagement input as well. The complexity and changes with transportation would need additional investments for sure. And then this budget increase would actually also require reprioritization of other resources as well. So those are the high level considerations, and we are open for discussion, and just wanted to present this back to you based on the questions that were raised at the last board meeting.
Okay, so before we go to board feedback, I do have Kelly Munn has asked to do public speaking or public comment, so we'll bring that forward. And again, this is public input rather than output, so though sometimes it is dissatisfying, we do not respond back to the public input that is given.
I've been at this rodeo before. My name is Kelly Munn. I'm in the Issaquah High School feeder pattern. The first time I've ever said that here. I used to be Skyline, moved. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know you guys have been working incredibly hard for a variety of reasons, and that this bond is incredibly important to you. However, I think you're going in the wrong direction. The bond needs to pass, and you need the community support to pass it. In order to get the community support, they have to know it exists. They have to know why they would want it. They have to understand it. They have to question it. They have to push back on it. That hasn't been allowed. I'm going to tell my own story. I am an advocate for education. I have worked in it for 10 years. I started here in Issaquah as a community organizer around passing bonds and levies and passing legislation that behooved the Issaquah School District. I have been working this for 25 years. Without community engagement, where you're listening and altering your plans, it's very unlikely this is going to pass. It is not going to pass in February. And if I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, because you really need it to pass. But what's changed out there? My story is, I care about this, but I'm really happy retired. So I don't care that much. But I didn't think I was going to vote yes on this bond because of all the rumors. And remember, I used to pass them. I wasn't going to vote yes. And then I thought, I need to do something about that. So I talked to Harlan, and he explained to me very carefully, answered every one of my questions. And I thought, okay, this is good. I'm one person. I went around and I talked to probably 15. I know. Can I keep going? You don't have anybody behind me.
One more second, a couple of seconds, if you can wrap up. I have to be consistent.
I talked to 15 people. No one knew it. Most of them voted no, and they used to work on the bond campaign with me. So until you get to them, good luck.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments or public comments online? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to board discussion. Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to start.
Okay. Director Mullins.
Obviously it's a big topic, and we'll spend time on it in pieces. I think maybe I'll start with the way the agenda was organized for this topic. So let's start with a thought exchange. So I think it's a good process to start to gather a sense of what were the concerns, what did people want to better understand. And I think the clear messaging in there is more clarity around how funds have been managed in the past and how they'll be managed in the future. And so I think those are, completely fair asks. And I think the information that you shared, Superintendent, on launching the Bond Oversight Committee, I think that that's a great step in the right direction. Excuse me, part of me struggles with maybe what we have as an intention challenge to deal with. And I think the public comment gets to that, because I don't think that there's anything from a transparency perspective that hasn't been shared in either in writing or in a public session. The question is, how do we do that in a way that people at a time that they're prepared and ready to hear or engage are able to consume that information and ask questions about it? So while I think I very much like the idea of starting the bond committee, I do wonder if there's an additional step that we can take and maybe open up interactive sections on the review and question period of how did some of these things fit together. I think we've got good attention at the moment, which is great. And so how can we schedule a couple of more deep dive, financial conversations about exactly where did dollars come from? Where did they go? What was their intent? How are they used? And allow those to have people who have that interest to participate in those. I think that's a good step regardless of timing of anything. I know that I personally, we have in the time of your administration, I think made great improvements in the availability of information, in the clarity of that information, in the accessibility of the way it's constructed. And so I think those are easy conversations to facilitate, but we do struggle against, I think, an attention challenge, which is when are people paying attention and what do they want to know? I was fascinated in both listening sessions on pieces of information people said they really wanted to know, that I would have personally never put together in my questions asked. So, you know, I think if we can do something that's a bit more of a couple of open, ledger conversations and let people ask those questions, I think those answers will be quite satisfactory for those who are genuinely interested in engaging in a productive conversation and not, again, in maybe rumor and intrigue. So that would be my ask, from what the thought exchange told us. I think the other thing the thought exchange, because I'm going to stay with that topic first, told us is, you know, we've got a ways to go in educating people on the basics of how schools are financed, what categories they go in and for what reason. There is a lot of sort of mixing of apples and oranges with pears in the feedback, right? We had this thing over in this category that practically in how school finance work doesn't actually go in that conversation. So I think, you know, we have an opportunity to really simplify the big buckets of school funding and also to tell people, because I think there's a concern about we paid for this before, and be clear, in the state of Washington, of which I'm a 10-year resident, it doesn't work like any place else. And in the state of Washington, there absolutely will be another measure. That is how Washington has set up funding of schools. There will be a measure for program and there will be a measure for building. That is how it works in the state. And I just don't think there's a base understanding that that's how the system works. Washington does not fund schools fully. Therefore, we must go to our local voters and we must do that on a continuous basis. And so I think if I stay with just my starting comment of the thought exchange, I think we've got to get super pointy about delivering some of those messages in a way that's maybe less wordy and less cerebral and a lot more clear, like, yes, we will do this again, because that is how Washington works. I'll stop on my thought exchange.
Great. Any other feedback then, if we want to do it that way, about the thought exchange and kind of the takeaways and what that's doing with your thought process? Dr. Coyne.
Thank you. So several of my thoughts here are from the thought exchange, but I want to step back because there's in our work study today, it reminded me when I'm going to go back to 2016, I vividly remember being out waving a sign with my 4th grade son at the time, hopeful that we would benefit from that new high school. It's now 2024. My, 1st and 4th graders are now 9th and 12th graders, and they will never benefit from that new high school. They're now in the very overcrowded Skyline High School. And I also think, unfortunately, about the parents who were also out there in 2016, whose kids have fully graduated from the district. And I think that it's just a reflection, it's a fact, but it's sad. So I want to start by sharing that. I think from the thought exchange, distrust was a major issue. I think distrust, frankly, was a major issue in the November election broadly. So I think that we got kind of wrapped up in that too. And I think we needed to do a better job of directly addressing that specific concern. I think we have a communication challenge broadly in the Issaquah School District. I think that, again, I'm going to go back to my experience in 2016. It really, in my mind, it's the responsibility of the parents who have kids currently in the district to lead the communication and to really tell the story as to why we need this bond. And I think that also includes parents or families who may not be able to vote. So I think we really have to think, again, it's all of our families with students in the district, because the voters in our district, the majority of them do not currently have students in the district. So we need to think about how do we communicate to them? And that really needs to come from those families with kids currently in the district. And maybe I'll leave it at that. And then I've got some other thoughts, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to talk about all the feedbacks of that and then our listening sessions, because I think you kind of.
Well, I got more things.
Oh, you have more. Okay, so then I guess we're doing thought exchange. Thank you for running the meeting for me. Director Taylor.
I think I framed my comments more broadly.
Okay.
But I mean, it from the thought exchange and also in the listening sessions, I mean, it's obvious that we heard that there was a real issue about communication and messaging around the bond. The original bond package, I think part of that had to do with it was a big package covering a lot of needs across the district. But I think that did indeed muddle our message for the community, and I can fully understand that. So, I'm just echoing what was said here, that moving forward, it's going to be very challenging, that we are on a very small, shortened time frame here. But it is about communicating in a more direct manner that does a better job of explaining our motives and the need, and to Director Mulling's point, that in the state of Washington, we fund facilities at the local level through bonds. That is how we do it. That is where the obligation lies. So if we can convince our community of the need, which is very real, about the overcrowding of our high schools, then this is how we do it. So, but I think it is up to us. I mean, I definitely took the message back from the thought exchange and our listening sessions, that messaging, I think we missed the mark a little bit.
Any thoughts, Director Gallagher, on that topic? So the next real piece of information, I think, was our listening sessions. So the board held 2 listening sessions on Monday. And so maybe some thoughts and ideas. Well, before that, for my takeaway on the thought exchange really was a lack of trust in what the district is doing with the funds. Period. Across the board, there is a lack of trust. And so rebuilding that is no easy feat. So I do appreciate that the superintendent is moving forward with the accountability committee, because we have to be able to, first of all, we have to say, yes, there were changes made in public. All of them were known. But if I were a constituent, I might feel like that's not what I voted for. So I think acknowledging that and moving forward, one of the things they did vote for is for us to sit in these seats and to be able to reflect more fully on what's going on in the organization that they can't do. And so that is much of what we do in interim time. So if it was changes to programming, or whether it was changes to what was funded in the 2012 bond, any of those things, those were board decisions along the way on the interim. So that's part of our role that the voters can vote for. But I think that it's important to acknowledge that piece of it. And then how are we going to make sure our communication about what we're doing to mitigate that so that they can regain that trust in the future is important. So the next real piece was a listening session. So I wanted to open it up to thoughts around the listening sessions. Director Taylor.
Yeah, just 2 other points from the listening sessions I thought were really interesting. It was obvious to me in listening to folks that I think our community, again, I'm talking about the high school project, but I think our community has kind of lost track of the history of the project, what's, occurred to date, why the high school has not been built. But more importantly, what I think the community doesn't understand, and this was one of our community members brought this up, is this project is ready to go this time. If we can pass the bond, this isn't something to be realized a decade from now. This is something we can start work on immediately to alleviate one of the most significant issues facing our district. So anyway, that really resonated with me. And I think, again, that's a message for us to tell, to make sure that people understand where we are in this process. And then the other point I wanted to make has completely escaped me. So
when it comes back, you're welcome to raise your hand. Any other thoughts about our listening session time?
I would love to pick up on that thought. I mean, it's a really complicated history of this project, and it is really important to kind of start with. In 2016 at approval, it was an idea that still needed to find land, right? And then upon finding land, realized that there really wasn't any. And so then starts the history that we covered earlier, but it is a very different time now that has land, that has permit, that has a approved building permit. So I think that is really important, the shovel-ready nature of it. And there's lots of history in there. That's interesting. I think the couple of things that I found, like I said, there are things people put together that I found pretty surprising, just for me, not because surprising, is one is the conversation of portables and overcrowding. And I actually went home, I've been thinking about this for a few days about the portables, and it's really interesting. I think, at least for the people who came to the listening session, it was clear that their concept of portables are an elementary school concept. In elementary school, there's a portable with a number and you assign kids to it, and they go to that portable all day long. And so how many kids are in portables is a question that can be answered, but that's an elementary question. And yes, there's more portables that do interesting things like meetings and stuff. But at high school, that's a very different question. And what does overcrowding look like and feel like at high school isn't so easily answered by the question of how many kids are in portables, because portables are flexible classroom space. Classrooms all have gone up larger in size. There are less of them, right? Teachers no longer have prep space, and children are leaving the secured building to go outside of the building to portables for a period of time and traveling back and forth all day long. And so I think this idea of portables and that we've got these portables that kids are in really needs to be explored of what does overcrowding look like at high school. And having a freshman in Issaquah High School who never buys lunch there because he can't get through the line to get lunch, that he has to take food with him. He's a football player and he's a big kid. I have to feed him because he physically cannot get through the line for lunch in time enough to have lunch and go to his class. That's what overcrowding looks like at high school. The fact that he leaves the building and goes out to, I think, 2 times a day for classes of various size, but they're outside of his building, which brings up safety and security issues, which brings up all other things at high school. But the classes inside the building no longer have flexible space. Teachers no longer have preparation room because we've used every space within that room, and kids are at 36, 40 kids in a single class trying to learn a science subject. Right? What overcrowding looks like at high school, I think we just haven't told that story because people have an elementary portable concept. I assigned kids to Portable 101, and that's where they go all day so I can count them there. It's not what's happening at high school. And so I think that just this idea of how we talk about portable classrooms, we have to dramatically unearth for people and talk about what does it practically mean? Because again, I got a kid that could afford to get lunch at school. He could pay for it if he needed to. He physically can't get it. He cannot get it and cannot eat it in time to go to his next classroom. That's what overcrowding looks like in high school. And I think we all want kids to eat, right? Then, even though he has his own lunch, where does he sit to eat it? Because there's how many kids per lunch at Issaquah High School? 1,100?
That's Skyline.
Skyline? So Issaquah's got to be bigger. 1,200 kids trying to find a seat to sit down at to eat the lunch they had to bring with them because they can't go stand in a line to get it. That's the story we're not telling. I think our kids, in talking to our own student reps, they think that's normal. That's what they think is regular. And as adults, we should be ashamed of ourselves. Shame. Like it's unconscionable to me, but I think that's our opportunity. So portables, fascinating from the listening session. The second is, and I still can't wrap my head around it, is people are concerned about repurposing money. The money repurposed was this $44 million for safety and security. Yet everybody says we need to be doing more, faster, and quicker for safety and security, which is exactly what this board voted to do, was to accelerate the projects to make our high schools more safe. Yet everybody's up in arms because somehow that was mass inappropriation of money. Like, I need people to tune in a little bit longer and realize, hey, we had, same high school, we had an incident that as a working parent traveling for work, I had to listen to the police scanners from California to hear if my child was safe in an incident last week. But we're talking about somehow the school district, we don't know what they're doing with the money. They're trying to keep your kids safe. That's what they're trying to do with the money. So I need people to check in a little bit. So the listening sessions have gotten me a lot more passionate about how do we tell these stories more clearly and more precisely, because I am floored that the same people are saying we're misappropriating money are saying we need to do school safety more quickly, yet that's exactly what we were trying to do. So maybe we're not saying the messages in the right way, maybe you're not in the right places, but those are the things that I learned in the listening session is, I think we're actually all wanting the exact same thing, but somehow we're mad about something that isn't in the real discussion. So I think we have to have much more direct communication. I am committing to do that as we go forward, is to once a week delivering a message about a key topic so that maybe people can finally understand what we're talking about.
Thank you. Director Coyne.
Well, ditto to all the above there on that. I'll say too, not only at Skyline, if you're waiting in the line, if you wait that long, there's oftentimes not food left. So that's also the challenge. So again, we want our kids to be fed. I think 4 things that really bubbled up for me. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but the communication channel and really the right channels was interesting because we heard from several individuals there that were talking about, gosh, I didn't know this, I didn't know that. And I'm thinking, well, it's all on the bond website, and maybe there was too much information. So I think there's maybe some work there. I think there was a realization that there was a very active no campaign, and that no campaign will continually be there, and they were well funded. And so that is a challenge, a known challenge, which is unfortunate. I think, as Director Mulling said, overcrowding at the high school is still a debate, which is, I guess, maybe for the 3 of us that have high schoolers at Skyline and at Issaquah High, we live it every day. I hear about it from my kids every day. The idea of, my kids either missing a bus or not being able to get, my son not taking my daughter, his younger sister to school, and us needing, my wife or I needing to take her up there, and realizing it is literally going to take, it could take an hour to do that. I don't know if people realize that, and that we're working parents. That is not doable. And I live maybe 3 long blocks from Skyline High School. That's insane to think about that. So I don't know how to overcome that. And we heard that, the rumblings of that quite a bit. I want to note one thing though that was brought up during the listening session that I think was interesting, because I always think about how do we think about communication, and there was this conversation around finding connectors in the community. I'm a strong believer in that, and I think that was maybe something we missed, is finding connectors, particularly connectors who have kids that have graduated out of the district. They're strong supporters of our schools, but maybe aren't as engaged as they used to be years ago. So that's an opportunity. And then lastly, it was interesting. We had a conversation around just with the new high school, the road improvement that would take place. And it was kind of an aha moment for some of the folks that were in the room, realizing, oh, I didn't realize that. Like, I thought you were just going to build this big high school and the road wasn't going to change. And you could tell, particularly by one of the participants, when she realized that, she thought, oh, okay, maybe I'd be okay with this then. So I think it's things like that we need to bubble up a bit more. Again, I think we need more people telling our story. And as I mentioned earlier, really people with kids in our schools, particularly younger kids, that resonates. And I think we need more of that too. So those are my thoughts.
Any other thoughts? I think for me, from the listening session, most of what was said already, I definitely heard around communication. And the question about a new high school, the need, like what is overcrowding? And it really thought that it goes back to that trust factor. So they don't trust us that when we say we need a new high school. And it makes me really wonder what in general the community thinks the right size for a high school is. Because we as a board have talked about other things when we talk about our high school students or students in general, saying we want to know them by name, strength, and need. And can you do that in a school of 2,400 students that are wandering inside the building, outside the building to go to class? When you're a teacher and you don't have a designated space for yourself that you can meet teachers, or meet with students. So I think there's maybe a disconnect between what the community thinks is the right size for a high school and what this board thinks is the right size for a high school. And we pretty much determined that with a former board when we built our buildings the size that they are. So if we have a building that is suitable for 1,900 students, we kind of said that's the max for us. And and when you look, what was interesting is in our discussion, the second portion of our discussion during our work study talked about the prototypical model that the state uses, and it uses a model that has a 600 student high school. which is bigger than the high school I went to. So I really had a question for me was I wanted to know what size high school did people go to? Because they may not, maybe they went to, you know, a Tahoma High School of 4,000 students. And maybe that's the norm that they want us to create is one building with 4,000 students in it, 4,000 students trying to fight for the lead role in a play, 4,000 students trying to become class president, 4,000 students trying to become get on the football team. So it's like part of why we want smaller schools is for more opportunities for students and for students to take leadership positions, for students to be involved, to be known not just by their staff members, but by their peers and not get lost in a sea of 2,400 kids in a building where teachers don't even have a designated spot to meet with them. So for me, that was the takeaway is that they still don't trust us for things that I really, in some respects, I wish that I could tell them more around decisions that we've made in the past. And then for reasons that are completely justified. And I will call it out because we haven't talked about it. But that for the longest time, this board, previous boards wanted to know exactly where all the funding was going with our levy dollars and with our bond dollars, specifically with our bond dollars, and that we were using current bond dollars to pay previous bond projects. That happened. That was without the knowledge of the board. As a board member for 15 years, I used to ask for this kind of information and not get it. That is not this administration. We have a fundamentally new way of doing things in this district. And so I think that's an important, great, yes, recognizing, acknowledging things happen and we need to move forward. And one of the things is we need to move forward with a new high school. This board or the previous boards felt that we needed a new high school back in 2016 when we had 5,200 high school students in the system. We now have 5,700 high school students in the system. So why do we think that we don't need a new high school now? That makes no sense to me. So I guess it is about how do we communicate that to basically, I mean, a whole slew of parents and families and community members that weren't here 8 years ago when we made this decision. So, that's what I took away from the listening sessions. And then we have some students. I'm going to go with Aditi first and then with Krish.
Sorry, I guess I kind of made a list while you all were talking as to kind of my thoughts on potentially better communication. So I guess first I want to say, following the election, I did talk to some of my teachers who were especially vocal on the bond. And I actually talked to a couple of teachers who voted down on the bond, rejected it. And those teachers were actually portable teachers. So I just want to kind of give you that perspective that even teachers that are quite literally teaching in the portables all day long thought that there were some communication issues in the way that the information was being presented to them. One in particular mentioned that the appeal to liberty wasn't as strong. Kind of just saying that, oh, this bond is going to help overcrowding at Skyline and Issaquah, but what's it really going to do for liberty? And I understand that there was new square footage planned, but that piece, from what I heard from my teachers who voted down, didn't really get communicated as well. And then I guess the other big piece is I know that a lot of voters are obviously working full time. And so not everyone has time to go to the website and kind of try to figure out what all of this means. And so just making it simpler to understand would be extremely valuable. I know that I was part of that video where me and another student, we did like a little advertisement for the bond, but even that was pretty, like it was a minute and 30 seconds. That I think was, for an advertisement, is too long, honestly. And the reason for that is because people don't have 90 seconds to sit and watch a full ad. So I think it needs to be like quick, flashy, like really like attention grabbing And so though the communication team did an amazing job with the production of that video, I'm not sure if the marketing was really the strongest it could have been. I mean, that video only received a couple thousand views at most. And so making it simpler to understand and quicker, especially since attention spans are dropping in this age of technology, would be really, really helpful. And then the other piece was, I thought it might be interesting to kind of explain to students what this means for us, because obviously we know what this bond would do for us. We know that for the Issaquah and Skyline students, it would relieve some of that overcrowding. For the Liberty students, we get more space, but I'm not sure that other students know. And I guess maybe that's a reflection on our role too, that could have definitely been a piece that we could have kind of taken on. But certainly I think marketing to more high school students about what this would do for them, because we can convince our parents to vote for this. So I think that would also be an extremely important and useful strategy. So those are kind of just my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Krish, and then we'll go with Deshita.
So something I want to bring up was the day-to-day effects of overcrowding, and I think just from a personal perspective, I didn't actually know there was overcrowding, because for me, I mean, it's just always been this way. And so not really knowing that there was overcrowding until I realized, like, wow, our school is not supposed to be like this, because this is just a new normal. And I think a lot of people look over that, the day-to-day effects. One thing that was brought up a lot was lunch, and not only just getting lunch, but spaces to eat lunch. I mean, I know Liberty experiences overcrowding maybe to a less extent than Issaquah and Skyline, but there's still students maybe eating lunch on the floors in the halls or in random places scattered throughout the campus. And the other thing is that I've started to experience, and my peers have started to experience a little bit more this year, was less of a connection with teachers, mainly because class sizes are massive. And I feel like that from a teacher, not only a student, but teacher perspective, that creates a lot of stress, having to manage so many more bodies. I feel like they aren't able to have as deep as a connection compared to some of my smaller classes, where I feel like me and all the other students were able to get the support we needed when we needed. And overall, it just creates a strain on resources for everyone. And the other thing was portables. And so I've had a couple portables classes throughout my high school experience. And so I think the thing that a lot of students forget is that they aren't permanent solutions. Like they're not created to be there forever. And so that's the other thing. And tying back to DT, the communication issues. So one thing that I only recently learned was expansion of the road on a new high school. And I know that was a big thing that'll not just at Liberty, that was something I heard and that was brought up a lot. And the other thing was tying back to students.
It was awesome.
So I feel like a lot of students at Liberty were either unaware of the bond, and if they were aware, they were unaware of the fundamental issues it even aimed to solve in the first place. And so
I'll have that every night
on Liberty, but that's just sort of the Liberty.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Deshita.
So I wanted to add to DT about the communication, in which, like, as a student, I personally would not have known about the bond if it wasn't for my role as a student representative. Like, yes, there was information sent out, but I feel like that's relatively easy to overlook to some extent. And I think it might have been helpful that, like, if during a flex time, for example, or like if you just had in the beginning of the day, like, for example, at Skyline High School, Principal Hennig has like a Monday morning message. And sometimes, like, a lot of times, like, students don't look at it unless their first period teacher plays it for them. So maybe if the board was to encourage first period teachers to go over like some sort of like a flashy infographic about the bond, so that students can kind of trickle down that information towards their parents and just have it be more saturated in our community, just knowledge about the bond, that could be really helpful.
Yes, Ava.
I also just wanted to bring attention. I think that safety and security has definitely been top of mind at Issaquah lately. And I think that in the aftermath of the lockdown, which a lot of students, I mean, for us, we all experienced it as not really knowing what was going on. There were a lot of rumors circulating about, oh, there is a threat in the parking lot. Like, is the person inside the school yet? Like, what's going on? And so we didn't know. We weren't like, I know a lot of people's parents were able to listen to police scanners and things like that, but no, you're fine. Like I know my friends' parents were like tuned in. We were trying to see what was going on. But at the end of the day, it was hard to figure out definitively what was happening. And so afterwards, I remember talking to a lot of students, and some people brought up like, oh, hey, the bond would have really helped out with this. And others were like, what's the bond? Oh yeah, why wouldn't we have passed that? And I think that when we look at how overcrowding and things like that can impact safety and security, we tend to overthink like little things. For example, I know that if I heard that the school was secure within 2 minutes, but it takes 2 minutes to get like through from the portables to the school if you're running. And so what happens if you get stuck in the middle in between there? Or parking is really crowded up at Issaquah. And so if I'm walking from like the community center or gravel into my first period class, which is in the portables, and there's a lockdown at the beginning of the day, which I know has happened before, now I'm just stuck outside in the parking lot, which is where I was hearing the threat was. And so I think if we connect those smaller dots for students, like, hey, this is how it impacts you. It's not just the building, but it's also how can we make sure students are secure there and how can we make sure response times are faster? It kind of helps make the issue make more sense to us as well.
Great. Well, so that was a lot of the input that we received. And I think the next step for us is to really look at what those next steps are. And there's kind of two pieces to the conversation. The first one is in the immediate, looking at a bond, what do we need to do next? And I think that the staff has given us a proposal based on our previous conversation. And it really is a topic of that we mentioned in the work study that not doing something in 2025 is not an option. So our real options are looking at February and April. And I think really getting, especially looking at the time, really getting to the point of where do we think that's going to land? And I know that this is not an easy decision. We had public input regarding the specific thing is timing. So I wanted to get a chance to really talk about where you're at with timing. Anybody want to take it?
So, and I'm going to violate exactly what you said. So for me, I guess my brain is working the opposite way around, which is like we have two topics, as you said. We have the topic of, I think it's a when to run the bond, not if. I think it's a when. So I'll say that. The other topic is some of those contingency plans that were up on the screen.
Well, would the board rather do those in reverse? I'm flexible.
My brain works in the reverse. So
Okay.
for me, it's about what are and I say it to me clearly is we have to do one of those contingency plans. We will have to do one of those because regardless of if or when the bond runs, and it'll run eventually, may cost a lot more to build a school, but it's gonna close eventually. We still are gonna have to make adjustments to the overcrowding today. That's our accountability. And so for me, I guess my brain has to start with, we still have to take action today. We still have to take action on one or maybe more of those choices to deal with today's challenges. And then, yes, we have to then decide for me, when on the bond. I can do it either direction. I just wanted to voice that for me being super clear that the first order a bit in my head is, are we going, well, it sounds like we can't have a freshman campus because we had too many freshmen. I think I heard that in the update, but is it a freshman campus? Is it restructuring the school? Either way, it's a major rebounding and that's going to have to happen. So for me, I think that's the urgent and pressing one. And yes, I guess by tomorrow, we have to know, which means in an hour,
Right.
We have to know what timing, but I just share that as the way my brain is working is And maybe it's just I need people to understand we have to take one of those actions first. So we can do it either way you would like, Madam President. I just share that.
I was just going in the order that it was presented to us, so I am flexible, whatever you want to do. So why don't we, because you've talked about it, why don't we talk about what our next steps are about overcrowding that is current today? Actually, I think because that is a good conversation for us to restate and have a conversation like, it is not a question for us as to whether or not the schools are overcrowded. It may be a question for the public, but it's not a question for us. Right. And that even if we start building in April, it's still a full 2 years. And I think we are at the point capacity wise, especially at Issaquah High School. But from what I'm hearing, it's every high school, including Liberty, which I think most in the community would be surprised at. They're like, didn't you just rebuild that? Yes, we did. Lots of high school students are moving in the area. So what are our next steps? Because we've made it clear that we believe there's overcrowding.
Could we bring those options back up that were in the PowerPoint?
Do you recall what page? There. So our three main contingencies are reconfigure the structure of schools. And at this point, that would be moving from K5 to K6, moving from 6-8 to 7-9, and then moving from 9-12 to 10-12. The second one is to redraw the school boundaries in general, and that would include reboundaries for the current high schools, and then add double shifting at the high schools. Matt.
I look at this and I think there's probably two options. I'm not sure what my fellow board members think on this, but I think that, we've talked about the freshman campus not being viable because we don't have a middle school that likely could house all of our freshmen. So that's probably not an option. I think then what we would look at under this first box here would be number 2, changing, school levels from K5 to K6, and then from 6-8 to 7-9. And then 9-12 to 10-12. I think that's where I would probably lean. And then rebounding, I think that's also a part of this. I mean, naturally, we'd have to do that to level that out. And again, it's important to note too, when we do that, this isn't just for the Skyline and Issaquah feeder patterns. This is also for Liberty. We're talking about all 3 high schools we would have to do that for. So I think I think that's where I lean is that, is the rebounding, and then also the number 2 under the reconfiguration structure of schools.
I would concur. Don't forget Gibson Neck. Gibson Neck will be the most impacted school by this. So it is going to be for every high school student in our district would have to change to a 7-9 K6. And it would require significant boundary adjustments for our elementary schools because it's not like they're all at 80% capacity. Many of them are still above 100% permanent capacity. And I think that people forget that because our schools were running so big. We had elementary schools that were 850 kids. Like that's not normal. It's actually more than twice the prototypical school model in our state for elementary schools. And again, I think to what you guys have said, like you guys lived through that. You lived through like, oh, isn't elementary school supposed to have 800 kids in it? Like it's actually not. And I do believe that's part about why, like, if you look at some of our best performances across our K5 system, it's our smaller schools have better performance. And that shouldn't be a surprise to us. I think that part of the messaging and why this matters to me is when we look at districts that are neighboring us, like Bellevue, I mean, their average high school is 1,600 kids. And that's what people need to remember, right? If people always look, well, Bellevue has this, Bellevue has that. Like, well, yeah, Bellevue has the size of schools that we're actually trying to have. We continue to see skyrocketing running start numbers because I think we've reached the sardine can is so full that no more kids are like, we're not going in there. And I think we're going to continue to do that. So we're not serving over 800 kids this year in our schools, many of which I think who would be in our schools if it was possible. So I agree with Director Coyne about the realignment and then also a significant boundary adjustment. Because I think that if currently Issaquah and Skyline on back of the napkin are over 33% over capacity and Liberty is roughly 15% over capacity, I think we need to balance that out. And maybe that means moving all of Cougar Mountain Middle School to Liberty High School. And that'd be like an easy one. But I think that for me, I would like to narrow down the prospects. And it could be maybe there's a hybrid plan of in Sammamish, we move to a K6, 7, 9 model. And in the South End, we move just moving Cougar Mountain all to Liberty. I mean, it doesn't have to all be the same district wide in order to fix this problem. So I think that I would like to know once we narrow it down for our superintendent, we probably need to have a town hall to start talking about it for our community and then talk about how the next part we want to socialize it because I would want to first start talking to our students and then to our families and then to the community. But they need to know we've got to fix this because it's not working. And when our schools are so overcrowded that we have high schoolers that won't even come into our buildings because it's so overcrowded by over 800, that's a problem.
So, I mean, what you guys just said is interesting. Like, so column 1 and column 2 have to go together, yes? So, I mean, we can't actually do column 1 without the redistricting. So
well, yes, but you could do column 2 without doing column 2.
And I think column 2 was originally supposed to be redraw high school boundaries. I mean, I think that was originally.
Oh,
yeah.
So just redraw the high schools, move more kids to Liberty. So that's your point about Cougar Mountain.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it does all sort of pivot on the elementary capacity for the 0.2. We still have some I'm just looking at the current council. We still have some very large elementary schools. So that has to become like a precision.
That's why I'm saying they're largest in the Issaquah feeder pattern and less so in the Sammamish feeder pattern. So Sammamish could absorb it in the ways that Issaquah couldn't.
Issaquah couldn't.
I see Milo's hand. I do want to make my statement first, if you don't mind. For me, what I am looking for is a 2-year solution because I really feel, regardless of whether or not we do a bond in February and a levy in April or bonds on each of those or only a bond in April, I really do have confidence that that we can make a change or that we can pass whatever financial revenue we need to make this begin to happen to be completed in 2 years. I'm really confident that that's going to happen. So for me, anything that is larger, that encompasses all the grade levels, because at some point, once the high school is built, you're going to have a new high school, you're going to do reboundaries, and it's likely that would be a great time to do a whole system reboundering, rather than doing a reboundering now, and then you have kids that 2 years from now are going to be rebounded to another school. So I'm really concerned about that one. For me, I'd really like to look at, can we just redraw the high school boundaries to at least alleviate our most impacted high school? It's not a great solution, but it's like, can we do that for 2 years? I do agree that I think we do need to present all of them to the public. And I think we're the double shifting. What would that entail? Because again, we have a high school overcrowding problem. We don't have a middle school and elementary overcrowding problem. And so I'm just concerned about affecting the entire system for a problem that is at a single level.
I guess you have more confidence than I do.
I know.
I don't believe that's the case because I believe another bond failure, the cost goes up. We already know the projections for 2030 opening would be $348 million. And so I would disagree and say that we need to be planning for this to be an enduring solution. And I think that's why a whole system realignment of grade levels is more realistic to actually provide the relief to our high schools that is needed.
Director Taylor, and then we have Milo over here.
I actually tend to agree with Director Moraldo that I think I would be more in favor of what I would call a short-term solution, or something that I made this point earlier in the work session, the least strain on the system to me, because I share your opinion that I think we'll get this high school built, and I don't want to have to unwind too much if I don't have to, down the line. So that's just my statement on that. But I think my more general statement about the three options is, I think whichever one of the three gets us the closest to the 1,600 per school, ideal that we're shooting for, is the one I'm in favor of. If the idea is that we want to have right size our schools and that we would like them as close to 1,600, 1,800, whatever the number is, then whichever one of these solutions gets us closest to that is,
Right.
well, I know, but we would need the math, but that's what I'm saying.
No, what I mean is, we can just look at our current numbers.
That's why you have to go to a 10-12 senior high.
Yeah,
system. That's the only way you'll get there.
That's the only way
It'd
you're
be-
gonna,
You get 1,600 kids.
that's the only
grades
way
10 through 12.
to get through a 10 through 12. And so
That's what
I'll
we get
repeat what I said in the work study, which is this is going to be a deeply disruptive change. And I don't want to set any expectations. It's gonna be anything less than that. So from me, so I think 2 years is we are already, again, 2016, we were overcrowded in these schools. We've pushed it too long. I think our expectation that it's can go beyond this year, not possible. I think we have to take one of those solutions. And two, that it'll be only 2 years. I don't agree. Now, what is interesting to me, which I hadn't thought about, is can we go to that solution only part of the district? If you do look at the elementaries that are the smallest, that is in the north end. So that becomes like an interesting option D that I had not considered. But I guess for me, I just need to be super clear. That's why for me, it's the first conversation. Any of those to relieve the overcrowding will be deeply disruptive. The major rebounding would occur regardless of choice, and would have to occur again whenever you get a new building open. So, which I can't even take your 2 years, but let's say it's 2 years. Let's say it's 2 years. We have to do it again. So I guess, and I'm normally a little bit more positive than that, but in this case, the math just doesn't work. Only way it gets interesting again is if you could go to that first column, which is changing the structure, but only in one part of the district. That's it. Otherwise, there is no other way to get to 1,600.
I'm going to go to Milo and then we can further our conversation.
Sorry for the interruption. I just want to speak on behalf of all Gibson X students. I know you guys are familiar with the Gibson X model, but I just want to remind you how, and I'm sure this would be detrimental to all the high schools, but how like specifically changing from the 10 to 12, like how detrimental that would be for Gibson X High School, because we work very based on the 4-year program. Our competencies are structured around 4 years. We have a 2-year capstone, which leaves 2 years in the beginning to 1 year get familiar, and the second year to start doing community impact. And I can't imagine how that would impact our students and our structure. And quite honestly, I'm very afraid because I feel that would change a lot of our model, and especially the fact that we work a lot helping the younger students and in groups of 2 grades. So the 9th and 10th graders working together and the 11th and 12th. So I just want to put it out there that I know we're small and we're just a tiny part of the district, but I think that would really detrimentally impact the students of our big picture model, which are generally our students who learn very differently and would not fit in a traditional high school. And I don't want other students who need a model like Gibson X to not go to Gibson X because it's not working as well. I want to make sure this is a safe place for our neurodivergent students and our LGBTQ students. And I know it's a safe place all throughout the district, but we hold this special shell really deep for us. And so our 4 years and the built trust between advisors and their students over the 4 years. I know a lot of students don't even begin to start talking to their advisors and giving them their problems until that 3rd or 4th year. So I just wanted to put it out there that it might be the best solution, but keep us in mind because it would be really horrible.
Thank you. Aditi?
Thank you. I actually totally agree with you, Milo. And I think that would hurt the other high schools as well. Because I know overcrowding is a real problem, but in terms of like just being a student, for me, my 9th grade year was all about exploration. It was about figuring out what I liked to do and what I didn't. Because when you only have 3 years of high school, if you're considering moving to a 10 to 12 model, you have to figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life in 3 years. And that's really short. And so I think that a 9 through 12 model is much better even for a traditional high school. And then the other big question is about like GPAs and transcripts. And I know that like in an ideal world, those things wouldn't exist and it would literally just be on, do you understand the content? Which is what I think all of us would want. But unfortunately, realistically, that's just not the way that things are. And so what would a 7 to 9 and 10 through 12 model do to our transcripts is another big question I have. And then responding back to you, Director Gallagher, you made the point that students are choosing to do running start because classes are potentially overcrowded. I would actually slightly disagree with that. I don't think that people are making the choice to take running start classes because we're overcrowded at Liberty. I mean, Liberty doesn't really have as big of an overcrowding problem as Issaquah and Skyline do. So I guess I can only talk from the Liberty perspective. But I mean, Bellevue College classes are quite honestly bigger than Liberty classes. So I don't know if people are necessarily doing running start because of overcrowding, at least for the Liberty students.
Ava?
Okay, I just wanted to pose another question in addition to the idea of transcripts. I think I was also wondering about how courses would work in a 10 through 12 and 7 through 9 model. I know that at Issaquah, it's really hard to take AP classes in 9th grade just because of the availability of those courses. And I fear that if we were to group in 7th through 9th graders, that rigor would be more withheld until 10th grade. And not to say that Issaquah High School doesn't have like enough opportunities for rigor, but I just worry about that further limiting freshmen. And then as a result, I know people who feel like because we didn't get to do those things in freshman year, now we're piling up a bunch of stuff in the next 3 years. And I don't want that to get even more exacerbated.
Okay. Krish and then Director Coyne.
So I just want to go back to 2 things. One thing that Didi said. So I love the 9 to 12 model. Me personally, my 9th grade year, I had no clue what I was doing. I have a little bit more of a clue now, but that year really taught me a lot, and it really helped me figure out some of the things I might want to pursue down the line. It was kind of like a trial year, for lack of other words. And the other thing is, if this new proposal were to pass and the new high school were to be built, I still wouldn't feel the effects. And I feel like for even not just me, but the current students and freshmen and 8th graders, I feel like overcrowding is only going to get worse year through year. And I mean, at Liberty, it already has, where the effects are the least. And so I feel like trying to mitigate the effect of overcrowding, even if that results in like potential drastic levels of change, is something that needs to be done, not just for like the future high schools, but for the current ones right now that have been dealing with this overcrowding for years, and that will continue to until the new high school is built.
Dr. Coyne.
I want to thank all the students because you were actually reading my mind, because I think if folks are listening to this conversation, this is not an easy decision. I mean, it pains me to say that, yes, this, this option number 2 under reconfiguration of structure of schools. I'm by no means in support of wanting that. It's just that there's a need. Our high schools, particularly Skyline and Issaquah, are too large. And I want to just tie this back to some of the things I said earlier. One of the things that we heard in the listening session, I heard this from at least 2 individuals that were there, is my kids went through Issaquah School District. It was great, but they've graduated out. And I think a model change like this would be wonderful. This is the way we would solve it. And this is why I want to come back to this, because and for students, thank you. You own this narrative. And I want to, for parents that are listening who have kids in our district, you own this narrative. You need to tell people in our community who are saying, hey, this was great for my kids. They're out of it now. And this sounds like a great solution. It is not. And I think all of the students who just spoke to why that's not a great solution. And I would also encourage folks who are listening in to do some research to find out why North Shore and Lake Washington School District recently moved away from that model. And also look to see how many districts in Western Washington have a 7 to 9, 10 through 12 model. And then make the determination, is that what we want for the Issaquah School District? So my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I have to say that of all of the contingencies, that is the one I like the least. I would rather double shift 9th through 12th than to put our 6th grade students down to 5th grade, down to elementary, because there is so much they're doing by 6th grade. As it is, I think we are having students that are challenging for our elementary teachers in 5th grade because they go far beyond what is normal for 5th grade students. We have so many kids that are accelerated in all of their academics. And so for me to sit back and go, it feels like a move down, and trying to create the rigor that we have for our 6th graders in an elementary school with somebody with an elementary credential, just, I'm not, I don't like that at all. And the same with 9th grade, so much of what the students have said, but bringing that rigor and ensuring that there is enough students in 9th grade to take an AP class to offer it. When it might be a computer science, AP computer science, can I do AP computer science at a high school and all the middle schools? I don't have computer science at a lot of the schools where our middle school electives are just random right now. And there's no consistency across the middle schools. So how in the world would we solve for suddenly having 9th graders there where we're going to have, here's all of the electives? I think it is such a step backwards. I would never be in support of it. Sydney.
I feel the same way about double shifting. So I have a violent reaction to the idea that I'm going to send kids, high schoolers, to school at 3 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon. Like, it's insane for so many choices, including family dynamic, work, additional accountability. So I get they're all bad, but I just felt I had to say, for me, the double shifting at high school, the accountabilities our kids have for other kids in their own houses, the accountabilities our kids have for making money in their own houses, the accountability they have for getting prepared for their own journeys post school, ROTC, they are starting apprenticeships, right? Our goal is to be able to get these kids earning ready. Double shifting for me is super painful. And so again, I'm going to go with option 3, which is, I would love to see, which is, how do we localize? If I've got under that, we don't maybe go to this K6 model in the whole district, that we do it where we've got capacity at middle, which is the north, mostly, like just in the rough estimate, the north end of the district. And maybe it's about rebounding in Liberty to basically spread. I mean, but to be clear, every one of the comprehensive high schools is over capacity. So what we'd really only be doing in that option 2 is making them all roughly equally over capacity. Mm-hmm. So Liberty becomes closer to 25% over capacity, right? So, yes, they're all painful, which is why for me, this is the first conversation. And I think what I also want to come back to is, and yet I'm going to advocate that we take one and we take one this year. One of those choices. And so as we come out of whether it's February or April, if we do not have a measure that passes either one, that we invoke one of those measures or one we come up with for the start of next school year.
If we don't pass something this year, then I would agree we have to do something because it's 5 years out before we have a school.
Yeah, I'm with Dr. Mullins. There's no way double shifting, like a hard no. Like we invested millions of dollars in our busing in order to have kids start
Right.
as late as we like physically could do it in an 8 o'clock start. So I'm like we did that for all the right reasons. And the same reason why we want to address overcrowding for all the right reasons. And so we want to be able to support kids wholly in their mental health, in their well-being, and they're being known, and they're being able to participate. We know participation in school is so important for our students, and we want that. And I hear you about Gibson Eck, and it pains me about that. And Gibson Eck is 200 students out of our 5,700 plus students. So we have to have a solution that does, to your point, Director Taylor, get us to what our target high school population is. Because this is only going to be temporary because we already know what our projections are a decade from now. And
Right.
we're going to be at, like, we need to set this back down to 1,600 kids. So then when it's at, they'll be quickly
6,300.
back at 1,800, 2,000 kids again.
Mhm.
And then it'll be another generation school board to figure out what they're going to do with high schools. But I would agree about the next step is to come up with a plan. I don't think implementation next year is realistic. I would say implementation in fall of 26, because we still want it. I'm just one vote, one person. We have to give a realistic chance for success for our administration to do this and for our families to be able to adjust.
Yeah, because we'd have to consider that students will be choosing classes in a few months before we would really have a bond result from even a February bond. Okay, first of all, I don't know who scheduled all of this, that we were going to be done by 7:40 on this topic. That's unrealistic. Moving on, though. It wasn't me.
May I add one more thing? So there's significant operational work that would have to happen for planning if there was a contingency plan that we were put in place. So it would happen for a future year for certain, beyond next school year. But I also want to remind people that there are also significant labor and staffing considerations as well. So our teachers who have certificates in some areas, you mentioned, when you move to a 7-9 model, you split up the certificated requirements for who's in that building. So that creates potentially more positions that would need to be added to address that. It doesn't just follow that the teachers will follow where the students go, because you need to have high school certified folks at the 7-9 as well as at the 10-12 level. So there are significant disruptions also to our staffing model, certificated in particular as well. Also, you do micro rebounding or leveling of structure of schools. It creates a different equity problem around the 9th grade experience across the whole district, which I know is also an important piece.
Well, we already have an inequity problem when you have twice the number of freshmen at Issaquah High School as you do at Liberty High School. So, I mean, they're living it every day.
Raising multiple points on it, yes.
Okay, Director Mullins.
I hear a year to plan for that first choice. Changing the complete structure of schools. I do not believe I would press on the fact of, if it is the second column, which is rebounding, that could happen in the next year. So I want to be super clear that we have more data to look at to know which is most feasible. I think we absolutely already have an equitable experience, again, double the amount of 9th graders in one school. And for me, I think we have to have a real sense of urgency. And depending on what the numbers say, if that middle column, which is maybe mostly Cougar Mountain Middle School rebounded to Liberty, I think that narrows things. Narrows a lot of the things you just talked about pretty dramatically: course selection, inequities, et cetera. So I actually feel pretty strongly that it is a next year that I need to see options of what we can do next year. So if we were to say, okay, we can't do those options next year, then what are they next year? Right. So again, I think we have soft pedaled this for long enough. So what then is next year's option? If it's not those, great. Then what is it? Then I need a different list or an additional list.
To be able to set in stone, our schools are overcrowded and we need to do something about it.
Correct.
Because that is the disbelief, is that our schools aren't overcrowded. We don't need a fourth high school, is what we're being told by the community. And I think that if you were to look at a short time frame, that really moving the remainder of students at Cougar Mountain Middle School to go to Liberty is the easiest way to offset the significantly high 30% overcrowding at Issaquah High, which I think is most urgent in the coming year, and then looking at long term.
I guess I would argue that you would have it be phased, and that may be phase one of the overcrowding, and to announce for phase two for Sammamish is a realignment of our schools.
Yeah.
Because while
Yes.
we have prided ourselves on trying to have an equitable experience, like we don't have, we it's a capacity issue, and so we're running out of options for that. So I would say, I would agree with Dr. Molly. Sure, you can get phase one of that part next year, phase two of Sammamish and realigning could be different. And my youngest child loves Pine Lake. I'm not sure she's gonna love another year at Pine Lake, but
I tend to agree with that approach. I think that makes sense. It's the rebounding option 2, I will call it. To me is the least impactful, but it's also admittedly probably the least effective because populations are going to grow. This is a very short-term fix, but it might, in my mind, would be the thing to start with, and then to move towards a more dramatic action later if we have not alleviated the problem. So I guess I'm saying the stepped approach. Yeah.
So let's talk about alleviating the problem, because I think we've given some direction as much as we can give now. So listening sessions to really talk about what those options are with the public. So more time together with that. And then I think what we're hearing is that probably an initial plan of likely moving Cougar Mountain Middle School to Liberty for the 2025 school year.
Or another choice that you
or
another
other
choice.
options that could be implemented on a shorter
That's-
timeline. So that's what I heard as well. Yeah.
So the next one is February, April. And I think most of you probably have your minds fairly set, I'm assuming. Not that we agree, but that we might agree amongst our individual self, or are we conflicted in ourselves that we want to talk about this?
I want to talk about it.
Okay.
There are pros and cons to each date. So I think
These are my cons. Okay.
I think for me, I would probably prefer us to say and claim both dates. And I think we need to, this as part of our contingency planning, to really announce really clearly, like, I think what I had never thought about that through the work study was when we say that we have a problem we're trying to solve and then we just walk away from it, then we're not saying that it's serious. So I think that we need to keep moving forward until the problem gets solved. And now we've been told by the community, well, you need to do better options. So think out of the box, think ways to solve the problem other way. I think we just spent an hour doing that. And now we've tasked our superintendent to do more work that she was, I'm sure, has lots of time to do. And I apologize. So I would prefer, so I want to kick this off. I would prefer that we put a bond on in February as much as that pains me to think about. I think a bond that doesn't raise tax rates, that is very focused, gives the community a time to make that choice. And then I would want to, in parallel, plan and announce that we're going to put a levy on in April. And if the bond doesn't pass, because I think just like in November, I think the bond will get over 50%, will get over 60, I don't know. But say April, so bond in February, no tax rate change, levy in April. I think if we did a $20 million a year levy for 6 years, we could then do what Lake Washington has done. They passed a capital levy. They then use bonded dollars if needed. That $120 million would address the gap that we have to build that high school. And so we're running up against a timeline of permit. And our fiduciary responsibility is to minimize the tax burden to our taxpayers. We've already heard and seen and lived through what all the overcrowding has done over the past decade for us. I would expect conservatively it'd be another $2 million plus for us to go through the permitting process again, beyond just the actual added dollars cost of the project, which has been projected an additional $50 million. So I would want us to be very transparent with the community about here's our need and here's our pathway we're going to go. And that way they know. And that way they can choose, hey, I actually want a levy instead because I don't want interest on this. So I'm going to vote against the bond in February because I want the levy in April. So that's where at least my head is after the discussion we had in work study.
Okay. Director Coyne.
I would say I'm in that same place. I think emotions are high right now, and I think there's opportunity. I know that it's quick to run a bond in February, but I think for those of us that have lived here for many years, I've lived in this community for 20 years, to not pass a bond is a bit of a shock. I think we were just accustomed to bonds passing, and I think the community is a little bit rattled by this. And I also think too, when we ran it in November, we didn't talk about kind of the plan B, like what will happen, because obviously it is our responsibility as a board to make sure that we mitigate and reduce the overcrowding in our high schools. And so we have to come up with a solution. I don't think we didn't probably talk about that as much as we should. And frankly, I don't think we did really at all. And so this opportunity is good to talk about that so the community knows what that looks like, and then they'll have a decision. I mean, I think they'll understand the option that will be given to them in February and the option that would be given to them in April. Obviously, I think the February package is more attractive in terms of the overall, lower tax rate. But, again, the community can make that decision. But that would be my approach, to run the bond in February and then if it fails, a levy in April.
Director Taylor.
I'm going to parrot my colleagues, but I just start off by saying I'm very hesitant about running the bond in February for the reasons I brought up earlier. We spent a lot of time here tonight talking about how we had to communicate better. We need to get our points across, blah, blah, blah. We're not gonna be able to do that for February. I don't have any confidence that we're gonna be able to get the message across and kind of clear up a lot of these misconceptions around this project. But that being said, the imperative remains. I said this at our last meeting. This is the imperative. Our high schools are overcrowded, but it's not also just the overcrowding, it's the safety issue as well. We hear that from our community over and over and over again. Safety above all else. We all agree with that. And that's included in the bond package. So unfortunately, this is just the place we are in. We are not in a good situation in my mind because of the very short time frame. But we have an absolute obligation to save our taxpayers the money for this project. I don't see any way around that. So if we don't run the bond, we are in danger of taking on millions and millions more dollars for our district, which I don't want to do for our taxpayers. I mean, so that just leads me that, I think it's the right thing to do, run the bond in February. I like the levy approach as well. And I will just say, I hope it's obvious, I think it's obvious anyway, to our community that this isn't the same bond package. We have heard the voters. The bond package was potentially by their votes too big and included too much. This is the imperative need in this much more truncated bond package that we are trying to address through this avenue. And it's also not going to increase taxes, which I think we heard was also an issue. So, I think it's the best we will do right now to address what is an imperative. So I'll leave it at that.
Director Coyne?
Oh, I read it, sorry.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I think many things on this subject. And maybe for me, as I said before, to get to what my answer is what to run, when to run it, is based on where I started, which is, and I guess I don't even know if I would consider it a contingency plan. One of our also imperatives is to fix the current state of overcrowding. That is paramount to me. In order to do that, that means something very dramatic in the structure of our schools, one way or another, is going to happen. And from my perspective, needs to happen starting next school year. I think in order for that to happen, people have to be really clear that we tried all the things we could try before that level of disruption. And I think it also is clear that there's, that there's a multi-step plan here, right? It's been thought through of what has to happen next. And so in order for me to make sense of what I think is an urgent need for something to be different starting next school year, then I think we have to take the opportunity to take every chance this year. We have two of those. One is very soon. You're right. We may not have, I think we have an amazing opportunity actually to do a better job in how we communicate. We just have to be focused. I do not cede the opportunity to impress upon people differently. They may still not vote that way in February. I came in tonight not understanding maybe some of the different options for April. So I do like that maybe there's a different vehicle and approach we can employ in April. I think a lot of what was I respect the overall kind of concern about taxes and tax rates. I think that's clear in many things that were voted on across the state, across the country, that people have kind of had it in that area. And so I respect that. And so I think reacting to that is a good option of what's in the current package we saw tonight. I think a lot of what's in there, frankly, we have to make sure we are also delivering a message to our legislator that $300 million worth of unfunded mandates from the state to do stuff to our buildings is absolutely ridiculous and our community won't support it. So I think that is an and as well for the evening. I think people think we just bloated it all. Like, no, that's what your elected legislator of the state of Washington impressed on us to do. So I think it behooves us to deliver that message back to the legislator. A lot of what we cut is unfunded mandate from the state of Washington. I do think that there's a lot other stuff mixed up in why people did or didn't vote for the bond that I think we've got an opportunity to address, to clear up in the next couple of weeks. And I think some of that is just blatant poor information or intentionally inappropriate or misinformation that was shared that we can absolutely attack. And again, as I said, I'm happy to spend my time and energy on that over the coming weeks. So it's an and night for me. So I think it is February and it is April. I think it is and a message back to the legislator about the unfunded mandate. And it is a plan on how we make a substantive impact to overcrowding for next year. And it is a much more proactive set of messaging to actively illuminate some of the active misinformation that has been put in the system. And that includes, I still want to be very clear that there's an open book, open ledger sessions that people can come and ask any question they want to ask about where's the money, where did it go, where did it come from? I think we started that tonight, but we have to continue that. And I feel very comfortable at what people will see when they focus on fact versus some of the fiction that is out in the ether. I think there's other people who are going to have ingrained perspectives that they had yesterday, that they have today, they'll have tomorrow. And I think we can do a better job at courting voters who will neutralize some of that opinion.
Okay, so with that, I think we can then wrap up this discussion and move to the next one, which is regarding a bond resolution, which needs to be in place by tomorrow. So on the fly, so we're looking at 200 and so I'm trying to put in place what we would need. We would make sure that because a bond resolution draft that we have does not have numbers in place, so we're looking at 231,600,000. And
That's correct.
Yes.
231,600,000. And a date of February 11th, 2025. And so now, with that information, I will call for a motion.
Okay. I move the board adopt resolution 1233, providing for the form of the ballot proposition and specify certain other details concerning submission to the qualified electors of the district at a special election to be held therein in the election date on February 11, 2025, of a proposition for the issuance of general obligation bonds in the aggregate principal amount of $231,600,000. These bonds will provide funds to construct, equip, and make certain capital improvements to facilities of the district.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? We've discussed this a lot. Yes,
I have
Director
a
Gallinger.
question for our superintendent and Martin. Is there any way we can strengthen the language? I think a lot of the concerns people have is like, oh, well, you're just gonna pass this and then use it as a slush fund and build whatever you want. Is there any way we can sort of put language in there to strengthen that, to say like this is what we're doing? Like is there any sort of binding language that we could put in there? Like
In the resolution
In the
itself.
resolution.
yeah, I'm just asking. I don't know. I mean, I would. That concern has come up enough that I would love to, because I have no problem wanting that in there because like there's nothing else that we're wanting to do. And now this is a very simplified 2 buckets: high school capacity and safety and security for all schools.
If we were to pull up the resolution, perhaps we can look
Sure,
at it.
Take a look at it.
And I think I would go to page 3. Is that correct, Martin, based on your page memory of
Sounds right. One
it's
thing, yeah,
section 2, page 3, section 2. Oh, maybe it's actually PDF page 4. I'm by. Yeah.
I like that shit too. I think it's pretty specific.
Well, they're always specific, but then it's like, oh, well, then the board just repurposes funds. So is there any language about repurposing that could be added or changed?
I would be, well, sorry, go ahead. I would just say I would be a bit reluctant because this was developed with our legal lens, so I wouldn't feel that I have the expertise to change anything in here without that advice.
And for clarification, I'll ask Director Gallander's language that discusses if there is like that this would not be repurposed, like as some sort of assurance or something else.
Something like that. I just would love to be able to highlight people to say, like, we hear you.
Mhm.
We hear you about the tax rate. We hear you about the amount. We hear you about contingency planning. We hear you about committing to not repurposing. So I can't do the parts about all the stuff that happened before I joined the board. Like
Yeah.
that part.
Yeah.
I can't do. I can't address the things that have happened before. But I think
Well-
that one of the things that I took away from the listening session was, you know, one of the ways you're going to build back trust, and maybe the only way when it comes to bonds, is actually deliver on the project. Because we paid for it once, we paid for it twice. Like the concerns are legitimate. We paid for elementary school 17, which didn't get built. And so this is where the part I think tonight we haven't talked about is, yeah, the money for elementary school 17 is not there. And it's not there because Cedar or Cougar Mountain Middle School was $50 million over budget. And we need to say those things out loud. We need to say that there's other money that isn't there that we would have loved to have been there because Cedar Trails Elementary School was $15 million over budget. Those are real things and real concerns that people had that we have to acknowledge and say, yeah, that was a problem. And again, there was only one of us here that put that package together. So it's not about pointing fingers and it's not about looking backwards, but it is say, like, the parts that we can come to provide assurance for, whatever we can do, let's do. I know that's why you have the eye-popping number of $292 million for the high school. But I think that isn't going to be sufficient. We're going to need to break that down to show what that is. So for instance, an example would be, so how much of that $292 million is going to go to actually improve the road because people had concern about the flow of traffic there. And so it'd be like, well, that's because $30 million is going to go to completely transform 228. So those are the parts that we still need to get really clear on, and maybe even in this resolution language. Sorry. I know you don't want to touch the resolution language because the time lane.
I can offer, so I appreciate you sharing those, reflecting back what was heard at the bond listening session for the board, but also what we have heard, right? Since our time together as a whole team, over the past 2 years. And from my point of view, the several ways that we know we need to take steps if there are changes is that we have an oversight committee that allows us to go into the financials more deeply, to check on status reports, our mechanisms and routines. I think we can put those in place. I think we've also shown we can do those mechanisms, routines for other things that we have done over the past 2 years. Though the committee itself would also, for the oversight committee for bonds and I would say capital levy funds as well. It's not just bonds, but it's about capital expenditures, would also then be, very transparent to the whole community, but also accountable to the board, right? There would be that level of reporting that also came back to the board on what was going on in those meetings. The 44 million repurposing was done through a proper channel. I mean, we know that things can come up that do create changes, conditions change that we are not aware of. COVID happened, we were not aware there was going to be a global pandemic. So how we handle that is a matter of being intentional around communicating what those changes are, what the impact might be on our projects and or our finances, and being able to be in a conversation with others who have a vested interest, which is not something we had in place previously. So that's one, it might not be sufficient because there's a lot of questions around that, as we saw from the thought exchange. But I think we would not tinker with the resolution for that right now, but I think there's other mechanisms how we can handle that. And we're open also to other suggestions on how that can be.
Yeah, I just think that there needs to be a summary that goes out when this goes out that is not the complicated legalese bond language, but about like what we've heard and how we've reflected on it and what we're doing differently, because that's what people want to know. Like, why should I trust you? And it's a legitimate question, right? You may recall in 2022, leading up to that levy, I was very vocal about that $44 million for the high school and saying there is no way that math pencils out, and didn't want it connected with the technology levy and just frankly didn't believe it was going to work. And yet I got to carry the flag last fall about the bond and put on a happy face I'm the biggest skeptic here. I'm not skeptical about the number of the 292 million because I think you guys have put a very big number out there to provide for every contingency possible. But I think in doing that, it's raised different questions about why is the number so big? And that's why if you can break it down by like, well, this is the road improvement part. This is a part that's because the stadium has come up and like, if we remove the stadium, it's only $10 million. That doesn't get us to building. I think people need to see the big bucket pieces, like the classroom wing is this. I've heard comments about, oh, well, the 3-level cafeteria. Well, I think that people forget, like when you have 1,200 kids in a lunch, you actually need a lot of space. And we have a chance to build a commons one time. And that's the issue with our high schools. Yeah, we can keep adding portables all over the place. Well, we can't, we don't have the room. But in theory, if we had the room, that doesn't change the core of the building. And the core of the building is we have one chance to build it. And that's why, yes, we want to build the core as big as we can. So I hear you about the resolution and I'm willing to relent on that, but we need some sort of companion document that is an executive summary that people can read in 30 seconds.
That breakdown of information is something we can certainly provide. I think that's a very important component for the public and for us to use as a guide.
Director Mullings.
My suggestion was going to be where we just ended, which is, this resolution is a King County elections one. And so I think we're really talking about a separate document with some additional clarity and I guess commitment statements, right? This is a bigger breakdown. Again, I think the road improvement's the great example, right? There's so much consternation about traffic in that space. And yet in our design and the cost is a 7-lane road, which we have to build because that's what we have to do because the city won't. Yet that isn't clear. And so how do we call that out? So I think I like very much the idea of a companion statement, or I don't know, press release, whatever is the right way of saying it, but a summary of what is it we're doing? Because I think we also do have to explain all of the ands. Like the strategy will be February. I don't want to keep saying January, February, April, and additional, review of what other changes have to be done to alleviate the overcrowding. I think all of that has to be tied together in addition to what we're talking about.
I agree. We got plan A, plan B, and plan C. And we'll let people know, like we're planning out.
Yep.
Any other thoughts? So we have a motion on the floor. So all of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Great. So our next item is now, since this is going to be on the ballot, we get to pick our pro and con statement committee. And so that needs to be done also by tomorrow. So we have a list in your email, was listed a selection of pro candidates and con candidates. And we get to pick, is it up to 3?
Correct. It's up to 3.
For each. And
Make a motion.
I can start with a motion.
Okay, I'll kick it off because it can be rejected. I'm used to that. I move the board appoint the following individuals to the con committee, and I would Daniel Shrevney and to the pro committee, Kevin Nichols and Peter O'Donohue. And there's more words I need to read, I know. For resolution 1233 general obligation bonds.
So that's the con statement. Con committee applicants. And, oh, you did pro, I'm sorry. I'm reading and trying to listen at the same time. So is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Okay, open for discussion.
I'll just speak to my motion. So I'll start with con first. I think that I would be remiss to not ask for someone who is part and has been part of the con committee and C-Care in the past to not be part of that. Like, that's why for me that was important. Of all the people, when I looked on the PDC site, that is the only one of the three that was part of that, and that's why for me, that's why I chose them. Daniel Shrevney. I don't know if I'm saying that correct. For the pro side, I think that I appreciate all the commitments BIS makes and has made, and I think I would like to just broaden the ability to let other people be part of this. And I think having someone who was there and I think at least was impactful to me, that was like, I didn't vote for the bond, but I'm here tonight to learn more about it and needed to hear more, and then is a different spot, I think could be potentially powerful for sharing their story. So that's why I chose this. And it's hard when you have 7 people on the pro and you have 3 on the con. And so also trying to balance why I chose basically a third of each.
Any other thoughts? Seeing none? Seeing one?
Sorry, sorry, I'm just not tracking. So it's up to 3. You picked 1 and 1?
I picked 1 for the con and 2 for the pro. I basically picked a third of each in order for me just to be similar. 7 people applied for pro, 3 people applied for con. It's really just 2 people applied for con.
Right.
1 was late. So really.
Sorry. No. So
Versus if it was 7 and 7, I would choose 2 and 2 in my mind.
I'm just gonna say with con, sorry, I'm just confused what you're trying to do. On con, we have the first entry that is multiple people.
I'm going just by the names on the left. Because
Right. Right.
I guess that's what's
Because one of the multiple people is actually somebody who applied for the pro.
right. And that also was confusing. So
Can I?
So, right, I'm confused by that person.
Clarify if I can too. I listed what was 4 to 2 of the people who actually applied. So the folks who were referencing the narrative didn't necessarily submit an application.
Right. That's why for me, I'm not.
Right. So it was more of a
so
statement of
just
a
because
preference.
they're listed.
Right.
Cool.
Okay, that's what I was like,
So I stuck by people who actually did the formal process and applied for it.
Breakthrough moment. I still don't know if I agree, but at least I now understand.
Like, I don't think in this that I want to create a process by which people can nominate other people to do things. I don't want to be choosing based on that.
Okay, got it. So then in this case, we're just saying, I guess I thought we had to have 3 and 3. No,
Nope.
it's just up to 3.
Up to 3.
Oh, so 1 and 1 is what you just said.
I did
1 and 2.
2 and 1 because there's more than twice the amount of
Who's number 2
pro.
and the pro?
Kevin Nichols,
heard Kevin.
Peter O'Donoghue.
I don't know why neither, but I was like, I can't find it. I had it open earlier, but I don't have it anymore.
We don't have to take all the VIS people as a group, right? So
Yeah, it's his opening
Right.
salvo.
yes,
Like, change away.
I just wanted to understand what he was doing.
I would likely would want to add right no
I was gonna say the same thing.
Well, you can make an amendment then to the motion.
Oh, boy, that'd be a first. Are we ready for said amendment? Give it just a second.
And thank you to our students. If you need to take off, I completely understand. Yeah, because we're about an hour behind. Okay. 45 minutes, but close. Yes, Director Mullings.
I would
Now that
just
you've
like to see a
conferred
little
with,
gender diversity in our choices. And so maybe my, between Carrie, Carissa, or Dana. Would be my thought there.
I do appreciate that Dana Rundle has been to many of our conversations
Yes. Yeah.
and also a member of VIS. So that would feel like we're representing the
Long-
committee that puts in so much work to campaign because the district is not allowed to campaign. So, based on that discussion, are there any amendments to the motion?
No. I would like to amend the motion to include Dana Rundle to the list of pro.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment?
Let me just read the individuals for a second. Just want to make sure I understand.
And to those that are listening, this is what happens when you come to a business meeting that is done in the public.
Yeah, no pre-planning.
No, yes. Okay, with no further discussion, we have an amendment on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Abstaining.
Okay.
Oh.
And one abstention. There you go, Emily. I think that's your first. Okay, the motion, the amendment has passed. So now we have an amended motion before us. Is there any further discussion on now the amended motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 I'm abstaining.
And any opposition or abstentions, one abstention? The motion carries. Thank you. So we will move on. I was waiting for somebody to move on to the next item and realized it's me.
You.
Okay, we're going to discuss our school improvement plans. So we have the approval as anticipated. So I need a motion. On the other ones. Oh, we did not call. I did not call. This is my first time in 5 years being board chair. I did not call for any public comment on the 2 items listed above. I do want to open that up to public comment. And if the board is persuaded to change any of our actions, we can re-pull any board action. So that is my fault. If there is any public comment on items 5 or 6, we did not call for public comment during that time. Seeing none, we will move on to item 7, school improvement plans, which we are also expecting to have action on. So I'm looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the 2024-2025 school improvement plan, SIP, for each ISD school as presented.
Second.
Okay. And any presentation it has other names, but I'm assuming it's just the school board, us recapping our school improvement plans. We had 2 meetings scheduled. I don't have the dates in front of me. November 19th and then a week ago, last Tuesday, we we focused on secondary schools and then our elementary schools. So wanted to allow the board opportunity to share out from those school improvement plan discussions, and then we can take action on the motion. Director.
I guess I can
Coyne.
start us off. So it was interesting this year. I know last year, Director Taylor and I were able to participate in, I think the last one as formal board members, but we were able to sit in. But last year we had feeder pattern SIP meetings for each of the 3 comprehensive high schools. This year it was interesting to see just have the separate one for secondary and then the separate one for elementary schools. It was interesting. We had our SIP for the secondary schools the day of the bomb cyclone. So that was kind of interesting. So that's where we were, and then ran home and power was already out. You know, I think for me coming into this, being on the board now officially for a year, it's helpful to be able to have the interaction with each of the principals, hear about each school. One of the things that Director Gallagher did that I think was really useful is he assigned a set number of schools to each of us as board members. So we actually kind of dug deeper into those specific SIP plans and then presented that information to the group. And so that was kind of a fun way to be able to kick off the SIP discussions.
Excuse me, gentlemen, if you're going to have a conversation, I would ask you to leave the meeting. Thank you.
But I would just recap. Yeah, it was nice to be able to kick it off in that way, go deeper, have us as board members really, present the schools, and then just have a really wonderful dialogue with each of the principals. So that was my key takeaway.
Director Taylor.
I'll follow up and similar comments, but really the value to a newer director, the opportunity to be able to sit down with our building leaders and have the opportunity to ask questions and continue our learning from the work that these folks are doing was really great. And I certainly appreciated it. Also really appreciated the effort put into the plans themselves. A lot of great information, clearly well thought out, and highly instructive. So I'm just really parroting what Director Coyne had to say, but incredibly valuable. The one thing that really stood out to me as a theme almost throughout all of the SIPs was the incredible work being done across the entire district for engagement with our community, creating the sense of belonging. It's clearly top of mind for all of our building leaders and our staff. And I was just really encouraged by that because we spent so much time here on the board recently talking about wanting to, how do we perpetuate that work and continue to make sure that our buildings and our district, our schools are a welcoming environment for everybody. So that was really heartening to me. So I'll leave it at that.
Dr. Mullings.
Unfortunately, I missed the second SIP meeting, but I was at the first one. And I think the thing that's really interesting over the course of these last 5 years has been, at least what appears to be just an increasing level of collaboration across the buildings. I think as each year's gone by, we hear more about how each of the building leaders is connecting on certain topics or working with each other and how they're sharing information or practices that are working. And that may just have been a function of the format when I first joined, that you didn't hear that as much. But I have a continuous improvement heart. So I really love that we hear more about how they're pairing up school to school or groups to groups or at a certain level. And I just feel like that is really how we can just get better more rapidly as a system, because so much great stuff is happening in each of our buildings, that the faster we can get that information across the other, the better. I think that's awesome. I think maybe the other comment I would make that I brought up a bit in the work study that I was struck by, and it's kind of tied to some of the listening session feedback. I do think we have an opportunity maybe to think about more of a, the SIP plans talk about where the schools are trying to get better, which of course we want. But I think there's that opportunity on like where they're all excelling. I don't think there's enough of a credit or a scorecard or a sharing of the just the excellent progress being made, whether it's in reading or in certain subgroups or against our statewide benchmarks. And so I think there's maybe an opportunity to bring those together, and at least so that the ending potentially public facing document can have both of those together. So not just here's the stuff we're working on, but here's all the stuff we do really darn well. So again, great set of conversations.
Dr. Gallinger.
I would say first, and I want to hear what our superintendent has to say as well. Thank you to each of you for entertaining me and pivoting to do them differently and flip the arrangements for how we did SIP meetings this year. I think it was helpful for us as well to be able to share with our building leaders just all the great things that they are doing. Because I think sometimes it's hard for them to feel like connected to, what policy is, to what gets enacted, to what they're delivering in classrooms. And I appreciate just the rich dialogue that we got to talk, and both came at it different ways, but both discussions ended up being about inclusive practices and how leveraging the universal design for learning is really hopefully going to be game changing. And we hope to see that in the data soon. But gosh, when I joined the board 9 years ago to today, like the depth and quality of school improvement plan discussions is night and day. And so I am grateful for that, because I think that's just another example for that's what we do and excel at really well here in Issaquah, is not just as a state statute that we do it, but that we do it to the degree that really is actually trying to leverage the purpose of it and affect better outcomes for kids. And I appreciated that continued focus on that. That's why we're all here. We're actually not here about that high school. Contradictory to what many people in the community would believe. That's the least of why I'm here. And maybe why I don't want to be here, actually. But it's about what we do for kids is what drives it for me.
I want to thank all of our school leaders and their leadership teams and the staff and family groups for coming together to develop their school improvement plans, and then all of the district colleagues who provide that support, especially the folks that oversee and manage our principals. So it is a lot of work to prepare for that, but it's because it is done in a way that is meaningful and focused truly on the continuous improvement and school improvement. One of the things, in addition to what you've all shared tonight, which I appreciate hearing, because all of our work, well, we spent a lot of time talking about operations and finance today and revenue models. It is about the instructional core. It's about the exchange between students and adults to help accelerate learning so our students can reach their full potential. And so I think our school improvement plans are right now more aligned, not only to each other, but also to our district supports, which is focusing on opportunity gap closure. And so we do have a district-wide sort of problem of practice where we are saying we need to get after these areas where we know we can do better. We are definitely doing great things for all of our students across the board, and we have the data to show that. And so I want to not eclipse that, of course, but when we're looking at making sure we know that we can actually also deliver on other improvements, then we want to make sure we focus on that. So this aspect of cohesion and alignment across the system is like the crux of every superintendent's challenge, because when you have a large system like ours, you have to consider how do we maintain focus, yet also create variability where we need to customize and personalize. So that balance of cohesion, yet also consistency and also personalization, where we need to meet the context of all of our schools and all of our students is a trick. So we are seeing that. I mean, I did hear a nice conversation this week from Susan Melinda about talking about how when when the principals are coming together for PLCs and when they have their individual meetings, they're seeing this through line between the vision and mission of the district goals, which are our results as set forth by the board, and our problem of practice and our school improvement plans. Things are really kind of coming together in the conversation, and it's clicking in different ways for how we're doing our work as it relates to the overall goals of the system. So I want to thank everyone for doing that work. It's hard work. It takes a lot of effort. And thank you to the board for reviewing all of these materials and being so thoughtful about pulling out the highlights that you saw in all of the school improvement plans and the work that has been done to date. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would agree with so much of what has been said. For me, the way we conducted him, Director Gallagher, I really appreciated. It was us focusing on positives. It wasn't them trying to rush through their 9 minutes of telling you exactly what you wanted to hear. And then it was conversation. And it felt like like a learning group, like we were learning together. I also really appreciated the way the data was provided to us as far as the actual aggregate data, being able to select, being able to compare. That was so robust, and I really appreciated the ability to go through that more easily. And rather than trying to flip through 9 different presentations to do a comparison, that was done for us. And that level of robustness and skill in providing data is really vital for us. And for me, when you look at the data, when I've looked at the data over the 15 years that I've been on the board, it has always stood out that if we better served our special needs students, we would better serve all our students. And, I had a visceral reaction to 15 years of waiting to see how are we going to really get at that, and to hear the work that the staff is doing, the positivity around wanting to implement it, and the support that teachers are getting, the support that students are getting in a more meaningful way, in a way that is accepting of them as an individual, as part of the community, and not being pulled out and put aside. There's so much to that still is just emotionally for me, 15 years of waiting. And so I really, really appreciated all of that work and all the work that the district is doing. I do think that for the 15 years I was on the board, one thing that bothered me is that we kept saying, former boards, we would say that, well, our strategic plan is our governance policy, and that's not true. And coming through and having a superintendent work through creating a way of strategically getting at the means by which we're going to reach our goals, our results, I think is really important. And I think that was on display. So after so many years of you being here, what I really felt like we're trying to move the work that we've been doing, that you've been doing with your staff over the past 2 years, 3 years, is moving the dial. And I think that's what I got a sense of. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, thank you. Is there any public comment related to the school improvement plans before we take action? Seeing none, now we can take the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Then on to our next topic, because we are not done. Advancing inclusive education.
This is a good natural segue based on the conversations with the school improvement plans. And I'd like to just acknowledge that Dr. Shireen Carver is now Dr. Shireen Carver, which is a really big honor for her and a gift to our district to benefit from her expertise and her constant pursuit of learning all at the same time. So I just want to make that recognition that this was a milestone completion to have this doctor in your title.
So,
Well, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. This was a great segue. So good evening, Superintendent, school board members, community members. I'm Dr. Shereen Carver, the Executive Director of Special Services, and I'm honored to speak with you this evening and share progress and key updates on our district's commitment to inclusive and accessible special education services. But before I share this exciting update, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to our ISD staff members and leaders that create warm, welcoming, inclusive, and accessible learning environments for all of our ISD students. I'd also like to extend my deepest gratitude to our dedicated special services leadership team who have been supporting the execution of our shared commitment to inclusionary practices. And I'm going to get the clicker going here. There we go. All right, our Special Services Department's mission is tightly nested and directly aligns to the district's focus on serving and supporting the diverse needs of students that receive special education services using data and strengths-based approaches, along with the commitment and the expectation that every student has the opportunity to achieve their identified post-secondary goals. As a foundation of our department's mission, vision, and values is the core tenet of inclusionary practices. As a learning community, we embrace neurodiversity and disability as facets and core components of diversity itself. Our commitment is to remove barriers to access and empower our students through inclusive practices and to utilize the full potential of inclusive and accessible education as a lever to address the known opportunity and equity gaps that exist for students that receive special education services. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, in true special ed fashion, we have to have some acronyms, so IDEA, mandates that students with disabilities be educated in the least restrictive environment. This includes educating students with disabilities alongside their non-disabled peers within the general education classroom to the maximum extent appropriate, within a full continuum of services available to meet diverse student needs. We believe, and IDEA also outlines, that special education is a service. It is not a place, and that every student is first and foremost a general education student. Individualized education plans, or IEPs, for students that receive special education services are designed to supplement, not supplant, the general education curriculum. In addition to our legal obligation, as outlined within IDEA, our district's philosophy of inclusionary practices is grounded in our belief and our knowledge that students learn, they thrive when they are valued and visible members of their classroom and school communities. In alignment with our district's dedication to equity and the core tenets of IDEA, we as a district have focused on expanding our continuum of inclusionary service delivery options over the last 3 years and going beyond co-teaching models. This work is aimed to ensure that students with disabilities have equitable opportunities and necessary supports to reach their full potential through a comprehensive continuum of inclusive service delivery, with personalized supports to thrive within the least restrictive educational environment as outlined within their individualized education plans. Over the course of the last 3 years, a component of the Special Services Department's strategic plan has focused on the expansion of inclusionary practices and our continuum of inclusionary services delivery options. I have several key highlights to share with you, starting with our youngest learners. Expanding access to inclusive early learning in our TK classrooms and through increased partnerships and service options for our students that are duly served in both ECAP and ECE programs. We've increased access to general education for elementary age students within literacy success blocks, within the core curriculum, and supported by high-quality instructional materials, such as Really Great Reading and our new benchmark curriculum. We've also increased access to inclusive service delivery is also now available to elementary students within a mathematics success block as well. We've added LRC 1-2 services at Briarwood, Clark, Creekside, Grand Ridge, and Newcastle Elementaries to serve more students with complex learning needs within their home schools. At the secondary level, we're excited to be offering increased access to specially designed instruction within the general education environment through push-in services, inclusion facilitation, and co-taught labs, in addition to our previous offerings. We've also expanded the delivery of executive functioning skills, social, emotional, and behavioral goals at the secondary level beyond learning strategy courses. We've added inclusive behavior support programs at Issaquah Middle School, Issaquah High School, and Liberty High Schools. We've also supported co-taught instruction in our intensified algebra courses at both Issaquah High and Liberty High Schools. Over the last 3 years, we've partnered with our business office and we've deployed strategic staffing efforts to intentionally support the development and expansion and of inclusionary service delivery options. And these are highlights from the amazing work that's happening at Apollo in their inclusive service delivery. In alignment with IDEA's requirements and our commitment to inclusive practices, Issaquah School District offers a full continuum of service options from least to most restrictive. Our goal is to provide appropriate supports for students that receive special education services while maintaining the least restrictive setting possible. To support IEP teams in having collaborative conversations and in creating inclusive IEPs this year, we've also introduced the Educational Services Planning Document as a tool to aid IEP teams in determining ambitiously appropriate educational experiences focused on the delivery of special education and specially designed instruction within the least restrictive environment, with a focus on considering each student's strengths and their assets at the forefront, access to grade level academics and other essential skills, participation in classroom routines, school routines, and transitions focused on peer learning and interactions, and with the presumption of competence within an individualized students program that creates opportunities for students to access supports and services and demonstrate competency in the least restrictive educational environment. The Educational Services Planning Document supports IEP teams in making educational service determinations that focus on ambitiously appropriate educational experiences within that least restrictive environment. Research and what we know to be best practice supports the benefits of inclusion for all students. These include academic benefits. Students with disabilities in inclusive settings often show improved academic performance compared to those in more restrictive settings. We know that inclusion promotes social skill development, empathy, and the acceptance among all students, with social emotional benefits for all students and members of our whole learning community. Inclusion also supports the improved long-term outcomes. Inclusive education is associated with better post-school secondary education and employment outcomes for students with disabilities. And we know that inclusion benefits all. Research indicates that inclusive practices can lead to improved academic and social outcomes for students both with and without disabilities, creating enriching learning environments for everyone. Schools that prioritize belonging see improvements in student engagement, motivation, and achievement across all student groups. Best practices for inclusive and accessible education align with our district's continued focus on collaboration, universal design for learning, and positive behavioral interventions and supports, and fostering a culture of belonging. Inclusive and accessible education practices also support our commitment as a district to addressing disproportionality and narrowing opportunity and equity gaps that exist for students that receive special education services and for our students with intersecting identities, with a focus on increased access to the core curriculum and access to special education services as outlined within each student's individualized education plan. But we have to remember that creating truly inclusive schools requires continuous effort, training, and culture building. Our ongoing focus is to work collaboratively with educators, parents, students, and community partners. Through active listening and shared learning and mutual support, we are committed to developing a system that creates and maintains inclusive and accessible learning environments benefiting all of our students. This includes deepening our shared understanding of the philosophy of inclusive education, along with the legal requirements and ethical considerations. Deepening our shared understanding of diverse learning needs and supporting the systemic implementation of universal design for learning and positive behavioral interventions and supports. These principles and strategies are paramount for inclusive and accessible education. And continuing to foster a district culture of inclusion and belonging through inclusive and accessible educational practices, along with strengthening our parent and school partnerships. Through these collaborative efforts, we aim to create a holistic and inclusive educational system. Embracing inclusive practices aligns with our shared commitment and our district's mission, vision, and values, and our legal requirements as outlined within IDEA. By prioritizing inclusive practices in the continuum of inclusive special education services, we are creating more equitable, more effective, and enriching learning environments for all of our ISD students. On behalf of the Special Services Department, I now welcome any comments or any questions that you may have regarding this collaborative and collective body of work.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
So, Dr. Carver, I just wanted to note on slide 6, I love, there's a call out here that I think this says a lot. Special education is a service, not a place.
Yes.
I loved that. So I just wanted to call that out. Thank you
Yeah,
for all your
thank
great
you.
work.
Thank you, Director Quinn.
Any other comments? Director Mullings.
Hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
I think it's a great presentation. I think it's super clear on the perspective and the approach and the direction we're going to and why it matters. I think what's interesting at the same time is there's in many cases this approach to having all of our students in the one learning environment, they can all be learning from each other, is very different, I think, for what maybe many of our parents have historically experienced. And I think sometimes when there's feedback or concern or consternation about those differences of what the classroom experience may look like or challenges that may come up in a time where we're doing the 100% right thing, right? Of making this richer community. I just wonder how can we, I guess, get the general community to understand the journey we're on in our community and the value to all of our learners for bringing everyone into the same space. And I just feel like sometimes some of the comments we may get or hear, people don't really understand that there's that there's benefits and there's, potentially things we're doing along the way to create this new community in our schools, which is super important. And so I just wonder, how do we better make sure everybody understands the journey we're all going on? Because I know we're making a richer community for all at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, speaks to the point when we talked about the ongoing work and the continuous piece and really bringing our community and our parent partners and our community partners. For example, our PTSA president is here, our special PTSA president, and we're working closely alongside our community partners, but really embracing and thinking about that when we talk about inclusion being good for students, it's truly good for all. It's good for our community. It is good for us to understand the fabric of what diversity is, creating these empathetic spaces where we think about and we see people as assets and we tap and leverage people's strengths. I think that's going to come with lots of partnership and collaboration. I also think it'll be really important to educate our community that there is a misnomer that we are moving to 100% full inclusion. And that actually is not the truth. The truth is that we truly are grounded in the fundamental components of what IDEA expects of us to offer a full continuum, where we're looking at that least restrictive environment first and foremost, but yes, more opportunities for all of our peers to learn alongside one another. So parent education, staff education, student education. It's the hearts and minds, and we have to do the adaptive and the technical simultaneously because it's imperative. We can't not do the work. And then how do we support our community as we do the work?
Yes, and I guess maybe my question is, where do we think we are on that side of the journey, right? I think I'm usually much more direct than this, right? Some of the stuff I hear people say is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
we're
there's
and I'll speak plainly. I think one of our challenges is how do we support us as a learning community and really dismantling ableism at its core.
Yeah.
And that is deep, deep, hard work.
Yes, and I guess I'm at the, I'm always at the simple answer. Like, do we feel like we just tell people on curriculum night each year, like, hey, we are moving to a more inclusive environment? Like, in just I feel like, yes, ableism is deep to dismantle. It is, but I just don't know if we're taking the opportunity on the simple end of it, which is, hey, at the start of each school year, these are our goals. These are goals for our overall community, and this is how it's going to benefit all of our students.
Absolutely.
And if you have more questions or there's an experience you're not clear on, like, here's what to do with that. I worry we're maybe missing on that practical
100%
part to get people moving.
And we're deeply listening to our partners, and some of the continuous critical feedback that we continue to receive is not dissimilar to the feedback we've received as a district tonight around how can we improve our communication with all of our vested partners. And so the most, attack the simple answer first and then continue. But I think key improvements in how we're communicating is kind of at the heart of the next step for us.
Director Gallinger.
So thank you for your leadership to the district and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I am practical in probably different ways than Sydney. I want to know how it's going to actually drive outcomes.
Yes.
Because it's nice and it's flowery. It's important work.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to minimize that. But I want to actually see us drive outcomes because as Director Maraldo has said, we're not going to reach our goals if we can't reach them for our students receiving special services.
Absolutely agree.
So I really want to see us drive better outcomes for them, which will serve them all well into the future. And then I think I'll make those conversations you just mentioned easier.
Yeah.
Because we'll say, we're doing this because it's the right thing for kids and it's delivering better outcomes, which is what we all as a community collectively want.
Absolutely.
So at the first glimpse, you start to see some of that leading data.
Yeah.
Or actually, I would say lagging data. Leading data, when we start to see, state data that shows differences, I want to know. So
and we're already starting to see some of that data, and you're going to see a sneak peek of that in Dr. Bailey's OE12 report that is next. So I'm going to make sure I'm not too long-winded, but the piece that I absolutely agree with you, and yes, this is the right thing to do for kids. It can appear flowery on the surface. However, we truly and deeply believe this is the lever. This is a key driver to driving our strategic improvements, especially in that area across the board. And we look at our second priority area for academic achievement. We truly have, and you look at some of the key components where we talk about the piece where we were supplanting curriculum, that decreases opportunity and lowers outcomes for kids. So there's some very specific things in terms of access to the high quality core curriculum, increased literacy supports at the secondary, some very targeted and strategic efforts that we truly believe will tie directly to outcomes. And we're really looking forward to sharing those with you.
And for me, the most important part is it will hopefully dispel the myth of those aren't my kids. Yeah. That I've heard, at least for most of the time I've been here, is like we have general education teachers and we have special education teachers. And I'm really tired of that.
Yeah.
So I hope that changes the culture.
And the change is hard. Large scale system change is hard.
Any other comments? So definitely, I'd also like to extend my congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this work, really driving this work forward. I think is important. And I think some of the concerns talked about are probably my biggest concerns is around the ableism, this student is disruptive and now I can't do my job. Sense, not that I've ever heard that with my special ed kids in general ed classes, but that is a whole building is really taking a holistic view of the whole body of children in the building. And that is so much of what we were hearing through the SIP plans. How are grade level teams working together? How are topic teams working together? And so I think that kind of work continuing and really putting those folks that are positively embracing this in leadership positions within their building to be able to talk about what they're doing and how it's working. I think the other thing that probably is my biggest concern that I think our MTSS folks will have to deal with is when you have more vulnerable students amongst the population, that they're also vulnerable to bullying, and how do we ensure that that's not happening? So I think for me, that is the one point that I want to make sure that we're raising an entire generation of students who are accepting of just the diversity in their classmates.
Absolutely.
And that includes everyone. So not only that they're getting the experience of learning with their peers, but that they're going to lunch with their peers, that they're playing on the playground with their peers, that they're going to prom with their peers. I think all of those things are important to me. And I think where we're getting at a big fundamental community value that I would love to have instilled in this community. So I appreciate the work. I know I see somebody with a hand raised, and this is one topic we're not taking, when we're not taking action, we're not taking public comment, but you are welcome to email isdboard@issaquah.wednet.edu, and there's not a 2-minute timer.
We also have a special services email set up that you can access directly through our website. We welcome feedback directly from our parent communities and our community partners as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is not a big topic, OE12, learning environment. So do I have a motion?
I move the board accept the monitoring report, operational expectation 12, learning environment, OE12 as presented.
Second.
Okay, and I'll let you start.
So, Dana Bailey, the kids have left, but you do have the student report, and I think it's really valuable and important to hear how they experience the learning environment as well. Thank you to the board and our superintendent for allowing us the opportunity to share an update on this important work. Highlight from the work connected to the learning environment OE12 we bring forward today includes progress towards grading practices that reveal to students and their caregivers the students' understanding of the course objectives, including an established grading practice that is broadly implemented across secondary classrooms. The memorandum of understanding between the district and the IEA to communicate alignment on and understanding of the 80-80 rule on items that significantly impact the student as the floor, not the ceiling of recovery opportunities, meaning if the student did not show 80% successful understanding of the topic, they will be given the opportunity for recovery to no less than 80% of the score. There are teachers across the system who offer recovery above this mark. If an individual circumstance of misalignment to these agreements are known to the building leaders, they are being addressed. And grading practices are a component of instructional practices, which is a component of instructional outcomes. And as a district, we continue to work towards consistency. Throughout the last year, up until this past August, the building and subject teams worked together to build consensus on grading and gradebook practices. Early indicators, which Dr. Carver gave a little nod to, for this year show that as a system, there were fewer F grades at the first quarter and first trimester. And tracking this data helps us all know how it's going for students in our schools. This work is ongoing, and we look forward to continuing this work because being experts in grading will continue to focus on learning, which is why we love this work and show up every day. Highlights from the ongoing work that supports both social and emotional learning and mental health include the district continues to deliver consistent lessons across elementary and middle schools delivered during the school day and regularly uses supplemental tools to respond to unique student needs and needs of school teams. At the high school level, last year the focus was on adding embedded lessons on social awareness and social management. And looking forward into this year, we have a team of teachers piloting the lessons from the Wayfinder tools, and we're super interested to see how the students respond to this new opportunity. The addition of Care Solace as a resource to all students, staff, and families is in place to mitigate the challenge of getting an appointment for mental health support, which is known to be a community struggle that is much wider than just Issaquah. Having someone who can help you find a provider, navigate insurance, and secure an appointment was utilized by 170 people, representing over 23,000 communications. So the support is in place to help the 23,000 communications to serve the 170 people who made use of it, because that's a lot. Supporting families and access to mental health care is paramount to supporting our families and our students and this entire community. Recent changes to the contract between the district and Swedish for the Swedish school-based mental health counselors has resulted in being more nimble to respond to the needs of students, ensuring that the school-based mental health school counselors are visible and responding to students in our schools. Very importantly, the development of the comprehensive school counseling plan led by Noah Westberger and Elena Sivadosan is showing how the system is integrating counseling, social emotional learning, and mental health supports in support of healthy learners. I will never miss an opportunity to highlight and celebrate all of the great work in special services. And as you just heard from Dr. Carver and during apologies, the recent SIP presentations, the special services team is working relentlessly to create opportunities to support students, each and every one. The special services leadership team examines the disproportionate achievement for students with disabilities, the percentages of students experiencing their education alongside their peers, and assesses the effectiveness of specialized curricula. This attention to details and trends has created clarity on where additional resources are assigned, creative program developments such as the partnership with Seattle Children's Autism Center to train district school psychologists to conduct school-based evaluations. The adoption of the benchmark elementary literacy curriculum is a real win for OE12 because it shows incredible collaboration between general education and special services to select an elementary literacy curriculum that will meet the needs of more students in their general education setting. Inclusive practices beyond co-teaching continues to take big strides, and this year is no different. Everyone, students and adults across the system, are learning how we can do business differently and leave in the past the data that says Washington State is one of the least inclusive states in our nation and become the district at the top of the districts in Washington State on inclusive practices and action. Persistent and strategic work towards the expectation of each and every student served in special education having equitable opportunity and necessary supports to reach their full potential is a shared joy, and continued work is needed to fully meet this expectation. It is listed as an exception in this report. We are happy to hear your comments and collect your questions.
Okay, thank you. Opening up to the board for any comments or questions on OE12. Director Coyne.
Thank you. Dr. Bailey, thank you for that review. If I look at 12.1 and just looking at page 3, based on the soft skills survey, I think one thing that stands out to me as I'm looking at this is that year over year, school year 22 to 23 and then 23 to 24, I'm seeing, positive uptick. And especially I'm looking at recovery options. The question that most of my classes provide me an opportunity to improve my grade if I get a grade lower than a C. I look at that for 9th and 12th graders. I'm glad to see that that's moving in the right direction. It's the, was and still is the lowest score on this page, but it's good to see it's moving in a positive direction. And it appears that at least those that responded know that there's an opportunity. And I hope that also means that they know the opportunity, like they can make sense of it. Cause sometimes I know that can be a little confusing, like what recovery option do I have? And does it make sense in terms of how I can improve that grade? So, glad to see that's moving in the right direction there. So that was my observation. So thank you.
Any other comments? Director Mullings, I can see you searching.
So I think for me, what I really appreciated in this report was the clarity on the principles for like grading practices. So it's just a lot crisper of like, what is the principle we want everyone to adhere to? And then in your comments, what particularly stood out was saying like, if it is brought to the attention of building leadership, then there's action that can be taken on it. And so it's just an area that I feel like we were maybe having a little inertia for a while there. And so while it may have been a bit challenging, in the last year in this area, it does feel like there's at least really good clarity and momentum. And just being able to be like, oh, well, these are the practices. They're right here. I just think it's a good step forward.
I think I can speak for the team that we have experienced strong collaboration with the IEA through this, with listening sessions and work together. And like you said, just really clear statement of what is the floor. You can go above that if you want, but the floor is this.
Yeah.
Director Taylor.
Yeah, I just have a point of clarification. Can we go to page 13 on the chart? I had a hard time deciphering the chart. And if you could put it into lay terms for me, I would appreciate that.
Sure. Super. I might need to call Dr. Carver back, but this is an example, just 6th grade as an example, not the totality, to talk about students achieving typical growth and students achieving stretch growth through the iReady. So I think what this chart is sharing is typical growth would be students who are just marching through their 6th grade year in the way we would anticipate. And stretch growth is a really important measure. And you've heard Rich Mellish talk about it, because in order to close gaps, you need to be making 133% of your typical growth so that you close that gap by a year and through in 1 year's gap in 3 years. So when we're watching students who have stretch growth grow, more students in stretch growth, we see that we're closing gaps. So the ISD average is in the middle there, and it just shows how many students are meeting their typical growth and how many are meeting their stretch growth, and the differences between all students and the students with disabilities. Did I get that, Dr. Carver? You want to add a little bit more? Please add more.
One of the pieces during my presentation that I was making a nod to is when Dr. Gallinger was asking specifically about when are we going to see those changes in outcomes. So one of the pieces when we look at the SBA assessment, that is something that you as a school board hold us accountable looking at SBA data. Our community holds us accountable looking at SBA data, but it may not always be as sensitive to the changes that we're going to start seeing right away, especially as we start implementing large scale system change like inclusionary practices. So this is a sampling to show where we're already seeing pockets of impactful change and growth. And so what you can see is with our sixth graders, we know some of our sixth graders were very significantly impacted by COVID-19 recovery efforts. And what you're seeing is that our ISD special services sixth graders, in terms of their typical growth and their stretch growth, were outperforming our ISD averages across the system and national averages. So that very intensive high dosage work and increased access and exposure to the core curriculum is already starting to see outcomes. So this was just a way to say, we're not quite seeing it in the SBA data yet, but here's a way that we're trying to show you we're starting to close gaps.
Great. Thank you. Super
You're
helpful.
I had a question around just the surveys that were done, the student surveys, the number of students. So last year, let's say ninth through 11th, we had over 2,500 students taking it, and it was 93 this year. So I really don't know how to read the data from last year to this with such a difference in the number of students who took that. Can you tell me a little bit about what that was?
Well, at the elementary school, the students did exactly what they have been doing, and at the middle schools and the high schools, they did not. So we have some suppositions about why over-surveying, confusion, the students thinking they've already finished one or need to do another. We saw this happening at the end of the year and tried really hard to get the students to attend to them and do them at the end of the year. We sent it out again in the summer, but we're going to see this trend through the whole entire school year when we pull survey data from middle school and high school. And there's a plan in place for this June when we do it to have a different kind of control set so that we can get the data in. But in every report, you will see the statement that says with low turnout, we need to interpret this with caution.
Okay. Great.
You read that correctly.
Okay.
There's not a missing number there. That is the number of students who participated.
And is some of that based on some of the other surveys that we're now asking the students to do? That is much more intensive.
That is one of our suppositions.
And maybe integrating some of these questions that we have in the report into their questions when they're surveying for their OE might be a way of mitigating that, so that these questions are, if we know that it's going to be in the report, that those questions are integrated into their question set as well.
That could be true.
Okay.
The student survey for this report shows even less participation than the student survey from the district last June.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. And if we don't have any others, did you have anything, Superintendent, that you wanted to add?
I had a comment that is important to note that we have been making significant steps and accelerated steps towards alignment across our system. Back to the whole concept earlier, even as we were talking about school improvement plans, it is really hard to get alignment. So we don't expect 100% consistency 100% of the time. And when there are known areas where when we set forth a clear expectation, which we were able to do this past year, and work with others to talk about that and to implement that, we will still have, those that are still figuring out how it fits, and we will see the impact of that. So we know that even next year, we'll have, I think, more to report on the progress of the implementation of some of the components here in EL 12, but there's a ton of bright spots in here as well. And I just want to say thank you so much to our team members for accelerating a lot of that work and making sure it's prominent in this particular annual monitoring cycle.
Thank you. Before we take our vote, we do have public input, and I see Leah Karpenko is wanting to provide
Hi,
input.
good evening. I just wanted to express
And
one thought.
you'll have 2 minutes.
Got it. Sorry. Thank you.
And now you don't have to write an email. You're still
Perfect.
muted. At least we couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe our volume.
Oh, it might be is our volume here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
There.
Okay. Thank you so much. I started out, so I'm Leah Karpenko. I teach at Issaquah High School. I started out teaching inclusion math in 2017, where we had students with math goals on their IEPs in a co-taught classroom. And that student to teacher ratio was about 14 to 1. Last year, that model faded to have a co-teacher in every other day, essentially. So those students still really benefited from a reduced student to teacher ratio. And this year, we only have one co-taught class in Algebra 1 at Issaquah High School, where other students are not receiving that reduced ratio. So I just wanted to challenge the district to continue to look at that data point as they look at trying to close gaps in students with disabilities, that they don't discount the power of having a co-teaching model. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other input? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. And now we are moving to budget development guidelines. So this is a presentation for future action. So we will have Ms. Banasic and Mr. Turney here to give us a preview.
Could we go to the presentation? Great, thank you. All right, so we had some other attachments as well that we'll get to at the end. So good evening. I am Mariah Banasic, the Executive Director of Finance and Budget. Tonight, I'll be walking you through our financial update and the 25-26 budget considerations for our district. As we look ahead at our next budget cycle, I want to have an open discussion about where we stand financially and gather your thoughts on our path forward. Tonight's agenda focuses on 4 key areas. We're going to review our latest financial position, discuss enrollment trends that affect our planning, look ahead to our 25-26 budget considerations, and most importantly, get your feedback on our budget development guidelines. Let me start with an update about our financial position. We ended this year stronger than projected, with revenues of $365 million and expenditures of $357 million, resulting in a $7.6 million increase to our fund balance. It came from several areas, including additional transportation funding to assist in covering the funding gap and growth in our special services enrollment. Now let's put the numbers in context. So we started the year with $44.4 million. And while our initial projections suggested we'd end at 48.3, we actually reached 52 million. This represents 13% of our budgeted expenditures, with 6% being unassigned and unrestricted. This puts us in a solid position, but we need to be thoughtful about maintaining this stability. So looking at our fund balance history, we can see some interesting trends over the past 6 years. The graph shows both our total fund balance in dollars in the teal graph, as well as the percentage of expenditures that is the coral line. So we started 2018-19 with a fund balance of about 47.8 million, representing 17% of expenditures. Then there was a steady decline over the next few years, decreasing to around 38.4 million in 2020-21. The fund balance increased to 44.4 million in 22-23 and now has reached 52 million in this last prior year. What's interesting is the relationship between the dollar amount and the percentage of expenditures. While our current fund balance is higher in dollars than in 2018-19, it represents a smaller percentage of our expenditures, 13% compared to 17%. This suggests our overall budget has grown significantly during this period. The trend line showing percentage of expenditures have stabilized in recent years, holding steady at 12% in the last 3 years, before slightly increasing to 13% in the most recent year, indicating that we're maintaining consistent relative reserve despite the growing budget. Okay, now let's turn to one of our key planning variables, enrollment patterns. The data tells an interesting story. We're seeing some shifts in how families are choosing to educate their students. Back in 2019-20, we had around 20,890 students. Since then, we've experienced a gradual decline, bringing us to our current enrollment of 18,790 students. This graph also includes transition to kindergarten and running start as well. Our October count shows that we're down 329 FTE. That's about 1.7% from the last year. The decline is at the elementary and middle levels. Overall enrollment is down from projection by 86 FTE. That's 0.5%. What's particularly interesting is the surge in running start participation, which is up 12.8% above projections. We've seen running start enrollment increase to 739 students in 24-25. As shown, running start is continuing to increase in recent years. Okay. As we look forward to 25-26, first, we're not considering any school closures. I know this is often a concern when we see enrollment shifts. Instead, we're focusing on making smart use of our facilities through open enrollment at the elementary level. Without the potential impact from open enrollment known yet, we are initially projecting a slight decline next year. However, this isn't affecting our commitment to educational excellence. We're maintaining our investment in curriculum adoptions because regardless of slight enrollment changes, our students deserve high quality, up-to-date learning materials. At the same time, we're taking a careful approach to expense management, given that economic outlook. Okay. I've outlined a timeline for our budget development process, but what is most important is the collaboration. So we're starting today with your input, and we'll be working with the financial analysis core team starting next week, as well as many meetings with staff members throughout the district. So we have in your packet, we have the prior year budget development guidelines and timeline available as well for review. And so now we'd like to kick it off. If there's open for discussion, any feedback and questions.
Okay, we'll open that up to discussion from the board. Who would like to start? Dr. Gallinger.
I appreciate the conservative budgeting and the ability for us to have the opportunity to discuss how we could drive resources into classrooms. And I think that we need to also start setting aside money from our operating budget for capital projects. So I would like there to be consideration of putting $20 million in a reserve account for high school number 4. And that gets us down to a need for $120 million for over 6 years for an April levy.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Exactly, and sing.
I like it. Well, let me, I guess, finish what comes up from that thought, and then I go to where I was going. Certainly, I think we have to become creative about where the dollars come from. I think the the great job has been in having a fund balance and what we can use it for. I guess maybe my question is, have you done the math on that number to know that it would keep us within our bounds already? So that, because it's 13% now of reserve, where does 20 take it?
Be 33.
It would
Oh,
be 33, and so
What's percentage?
so what's the percentage?
It takes the 7.
7, and our requirement is 6 right now, is that right?
It's 3 to 7.
3 to 7, okay. Okay, interesting. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. But now I've fully forgotten what I was gonna say when I started. So
Right. I just
I'll
want-
come back.
My point is, I want us to be, I mean, we're hearing do everything you can. Like, this is part of doing everything we can, is to let's isolate every dollar we can and let's leverage that. And to say we're doing everything we can.
Yes. So where I was going, because I guess maybe this is my question is, and it's back to the very beginning of the meeting, which was on our potential exposure to like storm damage, building maintenance issues. So earlier, CFO attorney, when I'd asked like, what did we think our exposure was to damage, et cetera, we had an estimate, we were somewhere around $1 million. Do I need to assume that $1 million is a decrement of fund balance? And how do I think about what might need to be short-term usage of that fund balance for any other things such as HVAC, et cetera, right? Some of those building maintenance items that we didn't pass in the last initiative.
To make sure I understand the question. So for the $1 million that we mentioned earlier, that's our current tally of what we believe we will recover through insurance. So in addition to that, there will likely be more costs incurred because of the emergency. So I don't have that number.
No, it's not the number. It's where does it come from? So when we have to go and pay for that, is the fund balance the place that those expenses come from?
Yes.
Great. And I guess then following this line of thought about setting aside dollars for construction, do we also need to have some sort of allocation or thinking of reservation within this fund balance for potential maintenance and other items as well?
I think
I'm just trying to get you, because if you're down to 7%, is that before some of the cost of any of the maintenance we would have to float in this period of time as well? You know what I mean? Yeah.
we can certainly do a reservation of fund balance for anticipated cost of ongoing maintenance, those type of things. So to just kind of think ahead on where you're going with this, it's possible to reserve fund balance for instance, we could put a reserve of $20 million and not, because typically if you were to use it for something, you would move it to the capital projects fund. We wouldn't want to do that. So we can begin in the general fund designating, reserving those things. And then those can, there's some flexibility over time. And if you need to adjust those depending on what's happening. So if we find that there is an immediate, in any particular year, immediate need to address some maintenance issues, we could rethink the level of reserve for the high school, or we can adjust those along the way, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And I would say because 25 will be the planning year for the 26 capital levy, which is going to look very different. And we heard from the community, they would want short-term projects paid for by short-term dollars. That I think we're in that period that odds are it'll be captured by that, and any sort of things in the next 12 months, you're right, could be, well, tough choices.
Yeah, because that was going around my question around our 1 million emergency. And given some of the incidents that we've had lately, some of them weather related, whether it be flooding and now a windstorm, is $1 million and just inflation is $1 million enough to have in that emergency fund, or does that need to be increased?
Well, in a way, I think that the way I think about this is that we're going to have to increase our budget for our maintenance department, right? So I don't necessarily see it as an emergency that would hit your board emergency fund unless that's how you chose to use it. I think those are for more emergent items that are beyond this type of thing, because we have some foresight into the need as we have less to throw this from the capital projects fund. We know we're going to have to start looking every year at our maintenance fund and grow it that way. So just like any other department or part of the district needs to grow budget wise, determining on circumstances, that's kind of how I interpret it. Yep.
Okay. Other questions? Director Coyne?
Quick question on the running start data. Is there somewhere, and maybe I've asked this before, is there somewhere that would show where you could dig into that a little bit deeper in terms of, I think I've seen the data by school, or at least by high school, just to understand, because it does stand out to me. I know there was the uptick obviously in the 2021 school year, which doesn't surprise me, and then it started to trend down and it's turning back up again with a more significant increase this school year. And I just would love to kind of understand a bit more. I know there's a lot that's packed into that. I know we talked about some of that tonight. It could be overcrowding. It could be so many different things, but I just would like to understand those numbers a little more.
Yeah, I believe we have some information. Dr. Bailey might be coming up to join in me to give a level of detail on what that includes.
Because I don't know if I've ever seen a survey that would, I just was curious what, maybe there was, maybe I may have just missed.
In the senior exit survey, which does have high participation because that's the only way they get their cap and gown, does have quite a lot of, and their moms and dads want them to walk. So it does have quite a lot of information about full-time Running Start students, part-time Running Start students, their primary reason for taking Running Start and their secondary reason for taking Running Start. Last year's graduating class cited cost savings, tuition savings as their primary, the number one reason. And the second reason was more time to do other things. So they have a college schedule with 3 classes and homework, then they have more time to do other things such as work or other hobbies. So there is data, it's under reports and surveys, senior exit survey, and it tells you the last 5 questions are about the Running Start program.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? As we develop, because these principles are, our statements, our guidelines. So I think there were some redlined items in the draft that was given to us.
That was just the reflective of the last year's red line items.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, one of those was about ensuring that we had enough within our reserves for the selling of bonds and our bond rating. And so part of my question around Director Gallanger's question is how that might be impacted. It's still money that's set aside, but it's reserved rather than unreserved. And what difference would that make in a bond sale?
Yep. So my understanding is if it remains in the general fund and it is part of our total fund balance, it would still be seen as favorably if we have a fund balance in the range that they would consider us for that bond rating. So as long as it's there, it's there. As soon as we use it or we move it to another fund, then that would be detrimental to our bond rating, likely.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, things you want to note for our final budget guideline? No action is taken today.
Yeah, none. So I love leveraging resources, spent all this good time and energy and effort building to do a top priority. So I love that. I'm just, I guess, curious how we would how we would reflect that here. Like, would we specifically reflect that here or no? It's just part of the conversation.
Yeah, I would want to call it out and add it to this year's budget guidelines personally.
Provide targeted resources for consider student.
I think it would go under
That first.
Emerald, yeah, number 2 rather than number 1, where we have all of the different places where we're designating those funds.
Yeah,
So probably the bullet above our limited use of board designated emergency. I probably would put it
I'm
in
in. I
between
like
there.
it.
I think I still at this point would want to at least increase our board designated emergency fund to a minimum of 1.5 million. I know that even my personal plan, which I have because who knows what happens when you're a board member, was significantly raised more recently, just because I felt like what I had wasn't enough. So. Because $1 million does not go as far as it used to, which is very scary to say. It's not going to buy you a house.
I think we did really good work last time, just reading the rest of
Yeah.
it.
Okay, well, looking at our agenda and that we're still not done, we don't have any other comments?
Are there, on the because of the operational expectation language change, there might be some cleanup on some of the superintendent ones. The superintendent will, so that's something we can look to and provide suggestions for, so it's just harmonized.
Okay, great. Great, thank you. And thank you for the work and presenting us some good information. Next, we have legislative matters.
I promise
Our
to be,
newly elected legislative rep.
I promise to be quick. I did want to point out to all of you that that the local PTSA councils are holding on the east side, Bellevue, Mercer Island, Issaquah, Renton, and Lake Washington, are going to be holding a public town hall on the school funding crisis. The time and date is set. It's 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. On January 8th at Sammamish High. All board members are welcome and invited, as is our superintendent, as are our student reps as well. And in attendance will be legislative representatives from the 48th, 41st, and 5th legislative districts. And the PTSA council is putting together the program, but the idea will be to have a kind of an in-depth conversation about 3 major funding concerns: special education, transportation, and MSOC funding, but also with the idea of having some pull-out sessions as well, where you can talk directly to the legislators. So I'm planning on attending, and we'll be providing some of our data to the presentation so that the Issaquah data can be evident. But I'm hoping whoever would also like to attend can do that.
Great, thank you.
And if there's any questions, happy to take that. It's kind of in the initial planning sessions. I had a planning discussion with some of our board colleagues from some of the other districts this morning. So it's in process.
Great, thank you. With that, we will go to announcements and correspondence. So are there any announcements besides the ones that were listed or correspondence?
No.
Okay, given that, we will move to calendaring and agenda. It looks like we have more opportunities to spend time together. And there are several things in which we need to calendar with a motion. The first one would be a joint engagement between the ISD and the Issaquah City Council. We're expecting to do that on March 31st.
We do them individually, right?
Yes.
Okay, I move the board hold a joint engagement meeting between the Issaquah School District and the Issaquah City Council on March 31, 2025 at 6 p.m. at a location to be decided.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No opposed. Motion passes. Next would be the superintendent evaluation. So we have looked on our calendars the last time, and it looks like we have May 1st and June 4th available at a location to be decided.
I move the board approve conducting the superintendent's evaluation on May 1, 2025 and June 4, 2025 from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on each day at a location to be decided.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No opposed? Change of board meeting date due to high school graduations.
I move the board approve changing the June 12th, 2025 board meeting to June 10, 2025, beginning at 6 p.m. with a 5 p.m. work study.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then finally, the 24-25 monitoring calendar.
I move the board approve the 2024-25 monitoring calendar as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. And with that, we are adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not adjourned. Gaveling back in.
I just have two agenda topics I would love consideration for based on our conversation that we had tonight. So it didn't make sense to do it before, but I would like for us to have capital levy ballot language brought to us for consideration at our next meeting. Because I need to know the tax rate implication. Because again, that's if it's plan A, B, and C in sequence, we need to, just like we need to know plan C considerations, we actually need to know what plan B financial considerations are. And so getting ballot language for that would be helpful. And then I was looking for people's interests in, and I'm happy to take the lead on this, but having our board and administrative team do a school improvement plan presentation at the next WSSDA annual conference.
Oh, I actually started a list of possible conference presentations, and that was on there.
Oh, momentum.
Okay, are there anything else?
I was just looking kind of where there's head nods, but not, okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then
Yes.
do we need the calendar time to look for when we may do some sort of a town hall to talk about plan C? Once we have plan C, and maybe there could be some draft plan C, like which meeting do you think draft plan C maybe then, and then we could plan for that after that. But given how challenging our calendars are, this is probably the time to start locking this into a calendar. That's
Heather, do you have
I
something
feel like that's a lot of
To be
open.
clear, Plan C is which one?
Plan C is relieving overcrowding.
Other overcrowding.
Oh, just in
Yeah.
general, with the next.
For
Okay,
next
got
year
it. I wasn't
and
sure if you were
subsequent-
referring to like a column of, okay, got it.
it's like when you think it'll
Want to take that to
be
agenda planning?
to a place. Well, it's more like I don't care, like first January meeting, second January meeting, February, just when you think that's gonna be, because then we need
Yeah.
to, then we should be looking right now for finding a time we can all
Yes.
I
together.
can't guarantee, I cannot give a commitment on the timeline right now, but it definitely was not the beginning of January. So,
Figure that.
especially if now this bond is on the ballot, there's a pretty big set of activities for us to do as a district in the first couple of weeks of January. So I can't commit to that right now, but but the timeline of this, there's probably a sweet spot around like late January, early February, which is probably a sweet spot of I don't know the answer to the actual question, but if you want to get some options and we can have them on the calendar and we can come back to that, that would be helpful.
I'm out like the last week of January and the first week of February. And I know the second week in February historically is before break, tends to have low attendance, which puts us after that, which would be the end of February.
But right, ballots drop
Okay.
the third week of January, so it seems like we should be doing it that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So the
If-
third
if
week of
you-
January?
For the bond.
So that, but when you were saying for plan C, I guess the intent is this listening session for the bond?
No,
No,
it's for
the overcrowding mitigation.
overcutting, but I think that
But
it
to do
probably
it before the. bond.
behooves us
I think
to
we
do
do
it
it before the bond and after.
Okay, I
the bond,
wasn't
like-
following
I guess
that. I was thinking.
What I had just heard from our superintendent, though, was that she was not going to have anything for us to talk about at the first board meeting in January, which means she wouldn't have it until the second board meeting in January. So are we wanting to, I guess if we're doing something in the third week in January, how general do we want it? And do we then want it to be a board driven and less about the data that the district will be able to bring us?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess that's what I needed to understand, because I thought you were asking for something from staff before
can
the listening
dream.
sessions.
I can dream.
that makes sense.
So you're looking for mid-January then?
Like January 23rd.
Okay.
January 23rd, which was a Thursday. So we are kind of used to our Thursdays.
Yeah.
I can do the 23rd.
Because especially if we're thinking about anything that would be implemented next school year, we've got to get out there
Yep.
now. I mean,
Agreed.
the anger that will be out there. So I don't want it to be a surprise for people. So
Well, and it will give us maybe an opportunity to field some questions about the bond.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, the 23rd works for me. Make that work.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
second is the 23rd week, and it's probably the last day before I'm gone for like a month.
oh, Lord.
So we don't have a location and a time, but at the January 16th meeting, is that enough time 1 week to be able to make it official as far as board action that we're announcing to the public? You can do all of your,
well, I would just say
Maybe it's
7 PM here. And I would make it hybrid.
We could do it here.
is that a motion you would like to make then tonight so that we can get it on the calendar?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to host a town hall on January 16th at 7 PM January 23rd in the admin building, the boardroom. And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? No opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Because of the school day now being also now using the inclement weather day in March, the board had calendared the March meeting previously on a Wednesday. And I believe there's a note that President Morello, you were unable to be at that meeting. So I didn't know if the board wanted to consider moving it to that Thursday, but there was just a note that we place held in the event that we had to use the inclement weather day.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted
Okay.
to bring it out loud since that was an
Because I
implication.
still would not be able to be here until
Okay.
after 7 PM.
Great. And then there's a couple other items that are about gathering and different events, but I wanted to bring forward a digital promise spring convening discussion. As Director Gallagher participated in the one in the fall. This is one that's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but with a lot of other neighboring districts, again, to see the kind of work that's happening in other districts around further career preparation, innovation, and leveraging the different types of technology that exist to accelerate learning. So that's an opportunity. So I want to just put that forward in case there was interest and a head nod on that one.
What was the date again? I'm sorry.
It is March 24th to 25th. It's the same week as a board meeting, but it does not span the full. It would be for the earlier part of the week. Oh, did I say Pittsburgh? It's in Pittsburgh is the home base, but it's to see neighboring even Pennsylvania districts around the Pittsburgh area.
Spent a lot of time in the Pittsburgh.
I believe I'm out of town, unfortunately.
Okay, is that all we had